Peace and blessings, family. This is your brother Asar Imhotep with the Madhu Mandela Institute for the Advancement of Science and Culture. And today is Sunday, November the 29th, 2020. And we have a very special Mbongi episode today. This is the second in our series of Memoration-Dialogues. And the person we are honoring today is the late Dr. Kimbwandende Bunseki Fu-Kiau. And we have a series of interviews today from people who knew him best. And this is going to be a several hour conversation. So, hold tight, get you something to eat. Make sure you have pen and paper, take notes, and please share and like this video. So all of that and more when we return. And we are back. So thank you, everyone who is listening to us live. And then, of course, all of you who are catching us on the archive. Again, welcome to the Mbongi. And today, again, is a special conversation. And I started this series because I wanted to honor and inform the public on particular scholars and individuals who have had a major impact, not only on my life personally, but whose works have had a major impact, in the realm of scholarship and just, African culture and history in general. And so the first in the series was honoring the late Credu Mutwa out of South Africa, who passed away this year, at the beginning of this year. And we're actually going to be doing another one, and we'll be setting that up soon. So I'll let you know when that is going to happen, as well as some other ones that we have, in the future. And so we're going to be doing Dr. Amos Wilson and Dr. Chancellor Williams, Francis Cress Welsing, and, more and more. And so today we are going to be honoring the late Dr. Kimbwandende Bunseki Fu-Kiau. And, today is going to be a little different. So how we're going to do it is going to be several hours long. And so during this first hour, I'm just going to be kind of introducing Fu-Kiau for those who may not know him, and kind of, outlining the rest of the show. And then on the hour for the next 2 or 3 hours, we're going to have interviews with individuals who knew him best. And I will introduce them in just a little bit. And so first and foremost, I'd like to thank and acknowledge everyone who is in the chat room right now, at least the Facebook chat. And that is Robert Rand, Lions Times Baby, Sister Tamika, Sister LaDosha Wright, Dr. Kaikosa Kajangu, Donnie Williams, Baba Karade, T'Challa Bangora, Brother Chavez, Satepin Mary Amin, Fundu Mbongi, Omar Reed, Cat Cat, I Am Not Pablo, Norman, and Norman Bayard. And so just want to acknowledge each and every one of you and thank you personally for uh, your presence and your energy and for your support. And so, excuse me. So we're going to also do things a little differently, and so we can't have a memoration without doing a libation. So I will, introduce this conversation and by way of a libation, and then we will get started, on the program. And so let me have a thing of water here, and y'all won't be able to see, but I have a plant here, and so I will be pouring the libations into the plant. And so we, in the spirit of Kimoyo, that is the art of vitality and the exchange of the universe of life forces. We pour libations, uh, sometimes of water, sometimes of alcohol, depending on the tradition, in honor of those who have gone on before us. And so I just want to uh, first give honor to the supreme being, the supreme existence that is known by many names in the African continent and around the world, and especially in the diaspora, known to some as, Olorun or Olodumare or Nyame and Zambe, Kalunga, and other names, Imani, Amen Ra, Ra, Nun, whatever name you may call it. We first give honor and praise to that vital life energy, and thank you for waking us up this morning so that we may engage in this conversation, Ashe, to the earth energy that gives us bounty every day, and we pour the life giving waters as it provides water and nutrients for us to live in exchange. So to Mother Earth, we say Ashe. To the unknown ancestors in the Zamani, in the far away past, whose names we do not, know, but we know for a fact that their energy and their essence exist in our veins and our DNA, and that is powering us today. And those ancestors who have paved the way for us to be here and to live and fulfill our purposes in this day, we say Ashe. To those warrior scholars and warriors and individuals whose names have come to us in the history books, known to some, for example, like Malcolm X, we say Ashe. To Elijah Muhammad, we say Ashe. Fannie Lou Hamer, we say Ashe. Harriet Tubman, we say Ashe. Nat Turner, we say Ashe. To um, the recently deceased Dr. Patrice Newton, we say Ashe. And thank you for your warriorship. We thank you, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Dr. Asa Hilliard, Queen Mother Moore, we say Ashe, Ashe. Excuse me. To, if you have, and I'm sure we all do, have any ancestors whose name you would like to call at this moment, this would be the good time. So I'll name a few of mine. To Grandma Rose Washington, Ashe. To Uncle Ken, Ashe. To Aunt Daphne, Ashe. To Grandmother Ida, I say Ashe. To all the friends and homies who have gone and passed away from my childhood, like Brother Shaggy, Ashe. And again, you can be calling on the names of your personal ancestors, Ashe. And to the youth who are yet to be born, or to the spirits, I say, who have yet to be born, whose work we are doing today to pave the way and make it easier for them to live and exist and thrive in the world, who are coming with special gifts to help the community to thrive and expand. We want to honor those who are coming, and um, we say Ashe. And then, of course, to the one that we are honoring today, Dr. Fu-Kiau, may you come today, and may your spirit guide this conversation, and may you continue to work on the other side for us. And in conversation with the Council of Elders, we ask that you please, send more scholars, more doctors, more scientists, more warriors, more leaders in this world today. We thank you for your scholarship and for your warriorship and your education and your insights, and the elders who have initiated you and you who have initiated us into the wisdom of our ancestors, and helping us to find our purpose in life, and providing strategies for us to fulfill that. And that I say Ashe, 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 Asheo. Okay, thank you. And so now I got a little water on the floor. Peace and blessings. Thank you all. And let me do my due diligence on the technology here. So y'all will see me kind of going back and forth between two computers. So I apologize if I'm not looking at directly at the camera, at the moment. And so I am going to start off the conversation. So remember that this is going to be a several hour conversation, and in the next hour, at the beginning of the next hour, we will have our first guest, and again, I will name who that will be in just a little bit. But I want to introduce Dr. Fu-Kiau to the how should I say to the audience, for those who don't know him or of him. And so hopefully by the end of this conversation, you will gain better insights to who he is. And more importantly, I hope that for those who don't know him, that you actively seek this scholarship, and that you read it, of course, and internalize and utilize that information in your life, in helping you to understand your history and culture, and especially coming out of Central Africa. And you'll find that is really reverberates regardless in many areas of sub-Saharan Africa. And so I'm going to share my screen on the other computer, and we'll do like that. And hopefully everyone can see that. And peace and blessings to you, Brother Duarte Odara and Jolanda Zachary. Thank you for joining. And Anusha and Khalil Maasi, thank you for joining. And Omar Reed, peace and blessings. Okay, now I'm gonna get started. So, as mentioned, this is a Memoration-Dialogue, Kimbwandende Kia Bunseki Fu-Kiau. And of course, this is sponsored by the Diopian Seals. And as always, my latest works, Aluja Volume 2, and Towards a Comparative Dictionary of Chicam in Modern African Languages, are available on my website or on Amazon. And I can honestly say that Fu-Kiau is central to my latest works. And so today's date was not chosen by accident. Um, Dr. Fu-Kiau was born on April 9th of 1934, and he passed on this day, November the 29th, in 2013. And while normally we do not necessarily celebrate people's passing, in this case, I felt that it was a necessity, in the sense that if you understand the African cosmology, especially in particular the Bantu cosmology coming out of Central Africa and beyond, you know that the transition from one state is the birth of another state. So while he may have passed on this day in 2013, he was reborn on the other side in Mpimba to restart his journey, back to what we call the diurnal world. And so, this is why this day was chosen, because this is the day that he became an ancestor for us, and this was his birth into ancestralhood. And so, since he was very keen on discussing the ancestors and the importance of them in our lives and in the lives of African people in general, I felt it necessary to have this conversation on today. So I will continue. And so I'm going to give a kind of a brief biography of Dr. Fu-Kiau, and then I will introduce our speakers, after that. And so Kimbwandende Kia Bunseki Fu-Kiau was born Andre Fu-Kiau, as I stated earlier, on April 9th, 1934, in a village in Manianga province of the Democratic Republic of Congo. He was the fourth born son of his mother and one out of 20 children from a polygamous marriage. So I don't know what order he was in the total, but from his particular mother, he is the fourth born son. And this is Fu-Kiau on the left-hand side. And in the center is a map of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I will continue. And these are Fu-Kiau's own words describing his early childhood. He said, after a few years of school in the village, I moved to a new school and met my first white person, a missionary. After 4 years, we took a national exam for a Protestant school preparing students to be teachers. I was among the first 20 in our whole area selected to become a teacher. After that, in 1956 through 58, there was fighting in the Congo, so Belgians had to get out. I finished in 1958 and I taught school for 2 years. Then I moved to the capital city, Kinshasa, and took classes at the university while teaching. I decided I had to do research myself. I left my teaching position and decided to open a small school in 1963. I built a center, and then an elder came one Sunday and said, Fu-Kiau, you cannot succeed unless you are initiated. I began I began new training, and it led me to my discovery of Congo cosmology. And so he talks about his early schooling, with the European and Belgian white folks. And then after he completed his initial schooling, he decided to open a school. But the elders was like, in order for you to be able to teach our, people, we need to initiate you into the wisdom of your ancestors. And so that began his process. So in 1963, the school that he mentioned was the Academy of Kikongo Languages of Kumba, of the language of Kikongo and Kumba. And it was the first of its kind in the area. And one of the things that made it unique and special is that he was teaching the lessons in Kikongo and other African local languages. And that was a big deal because, the education was essentially in the language of either, kind of French or the Belgian kind of German Dutch language. And so, it was important that he teach in the Kikongo and Lingala and Swahili languages. In that same year, he decided to drop the Andre from his name and was simply known as Fu-Kiau Kia Bunseki. And Bunseki is his father's name. So that isn't his name per se. It is Fu-Kiau, and then, Kia of, or, and sometimes you could say son of, but son of Bunseki, or of Bunseki. His indigenous cultural education began as a young boy, but his formal initiations into the higher institutes did not begin until the 1960s. So again, he's initiated because he grew up in his own culture. So he knows his own culture and he was able to see certain things. But the wisdom from which we know him for, that didn't start until the 60s. So this was, way later in his life. And so he was initiated into 3 different schools. And the first one he was initiated to started in 1964, and it's called the Limba Society. And he was initiated there in Manyanga region of Congo Kinshasa and the Lari region of Congo Brazzaville by his grandfather and his paternal and maternal uncles. So it was in his family. This is the wisdom of the people in general, but in particular, it was his elders, his personal elders, who began this initiation process. And so the principal Ngangas who initiated him were Simon Munyinu and Intugulu, and I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, Intugulu, who is his uncle. Starting in 1966, he was initiated into another institute called Kinkimba, or simply known also as Kimba. And I've seen it spelled in some other texts as Khimba. So Kimba with a slight aspiration to it. In the Yombi and Mtadi regions of Congo Kinshasa and Kabinda province, Angola, and Luanda province of northern Angola. Kinkimba is a society of discipline, or a discipline that deals with the value, understanding, and the use of herbs, particularly those of the Yombe forest. And our third guest for this afternoon will probably speak more on that and the relationship between Fu-Kiau and his love for teaching about plant life and herbs and things of that nature. And lastly, also in 1968, Fu-Kiau was initiated into Kiampasa in the Mandimba areas of Nkisi and Ngungu in Congo, Kinshasa. He was instructed in Kimpasi by local Ngangas, or master teachers, or specialist doctors, um, who served several different kind of roles. And so for those who are, familiar with the Yoruba tradition and are familiar with a Babalawo, it's almost equivalent to like a Babalawo in the Congo area. So, and Kimpasi teaches youth, both male and female, how to endure in impossible situations, how to become moral fighters for the community. So this is, almost equivalent to like the pledging that you kind of find in at least in the old school, fraternities and sororities, and that was part of the reasons for the pledging process, to show us how to endure in impossible situations and become moral fighters for the community. And so with that said, again, he was not only initiated into the indigenous wisdom traditions, he was also Western educated. And so, after his initiations, he came to the United States to learn and to ultimately earn his PhD. So he has three uh, academic degrees, and his BA was in anthropology, and his master's was in school administration. I think he has two masters. Yes, a master in social administration and library science. And then his PhD was in education and community development. He has published numerous books and articles in English, including African Cosmology of the Bantu Congo, Kumina, a Congo-based tradition in a new world, Kiendezi, the Congo art of babysitting, Self-healing power and therapy, old teachings from Africa, Mbongi, an African traditional political institution, and Simba Simbi, hold up that which holds you up. And he has, of course, other texts that are written in French. And so hopefully in the near future, we can get a hold of them and have them translated into English for the general English speaking audience. But that is the general introduction of Dr. Fu-Kiau. And so I'm leaving the more nuance and details from our guest, who we'll be speaking with later on today. And so before I continue, however, I want to give additional honors to a woman who's dear to my heart, Sister Bernadine Jennings. And she is very important because, as I'll discuss later on, I was already familiar with Dr. Fu-Kiau's work, starting with his African Cosmology of the Bantu Congo, which came out in 2001. So it's around 2001, 2002, I was introduced to that work. However, it was upon meeting Sister Bernadine that I was able to actually get in contact and have conversations with Fu-Kiau. And so when I decided to do this program in honor of Fu-Kiau, she was the first person who I thought of. And so she would have been here today, but due to a scheduling conflict and a prior commitment, she was not able to do it. So even though she is not going to be with us here physically, I want to acknowledge her because she is somebody who knew Fu-Kiau very well and was critical in the communications that I had with Fu-Kiau, in the late 2000s. Excuse me, yeah, the early 2000s, but I think this was around what 2007, 2008 that I was having these conversations before Fu-Kiau, started to become ill. And so I just want to inform everyone about who she is. So I'm just going to read her bio. So for those who can't um, see, well, I don't know if y'all can see very well, but Sister Bernadine is the sister on the far left of this image here. So if I don't know if y'all can see my mouse circling her head, but if you can't, um, she is on the far left. And so Sister Bernadine is the executive director of Dance Giant Steps Incorporated and editor in chief of Attitude, the Dancers magazine. She's has been given the opportunity to advocate for dance and dancers as a workforce and viable linchpin of our cultural matrix. For her, it is vitally important to change the perception of our industry so that our contributions to American society can be savored and encouraged. Prior to the incorporation of Dance Giant Steps Incorporated, Ms. Jennings began to expand her role in the dance community by writing for Modern Organization for Dance Involvement, a dance organization initiated by Carol Johnson in 1970. Mold's dance journal was called The Feet, and I still have some of those magazines because she would send them to me when I used to live in Houston. Miss Jennings did an extensive portion of her dance training at Clark Center for the Performing Arts, where she studied Lester Horton, Graham techniques, as well as ballet, jazz, Le Monde, and folkloric materials from 1968 to 1978. James Truitt and Thelma Hill were foremost in creating her aesthetics and dance instruments. She also studied at the Henry Saint Settlement House for the final years of Alwyn Nikolai, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Murray Louise residency there. This was a distillation of the Wigman Heine home German expressionism. Nanette Charis or Caris, Zene Romet, and Madame Davache were her primary ballet teachers. As a performer, Bernadine Jennings danced with Pepsi Bethel's Authentic Jazz Dance Theater, Charles Moore Dances and Drums of Africa, Tanawa, Malaki, Makongo, among others, and Sounds in Motion from its inception in 1972 to its demise in 1985. The primary learning of Congolese culture and its peoples, and this is her words here, gave me a foundation that shall last my lifetimes. Titos Sompa, Costa Masamba, Malanga, Casque Lord, and later Patrice Mbayero, Luvu Ezo, Badia, and Mabiba Bagne all reaffirmed that Central Africa is the breadbasket, sacred rainforest, and motherlode for humanity. They each and all were generous and long-term representatives of the gentle cooperation, compassion, and community of Mama Africa. And so, as she states in quotes, Dr. Kimbwandende Bunseki Fu-Kiau was a personal friend and mentor. He shared his spiritual radiance and wisdom. Equally important, his confidence and support of me as an educator and keeper of the home fires meant a lot to my resolve. And so this is a photo of her with Dr. Fu-Kiau, and I don't know exactly what year that was, but I think that he or they met personally probably like maybe like the late 90s, at least by 2000 2002, and so this may be an early I don't know how early or late that photo particularly is. So hopefully she'll tell me. But yes, as I mentioned earlier, I met Sister Bernadine in Houston at my first book signing, and she was in the audience. And, she uh, started communicating. We started communicating. And, on my slides, and if you look at my first book cover, it has the Congo de Kinga, um, on it, on the cover. So my first book was a book of poetry. And so it was, seeing that, of course, inspired by Fu-Kiau, that cover, that we began a conversation, and then that led into further communications and friendship from there. And of course, the introduction to Dr. Fu-Kiau. And unfortunately, because I was in Houston and he was in Boston, I never had the opportunity to physically meet him. But I've communicated with him via email and phone conversations. So I've actually had an opportunity on several occasions to have phone conversations. And then, of course, when I have had questions, I would email him, and he would respond. As a matter of fact, for anyone who has ever emailed me, and you'll see at the bottom, I always before my name, before the signature, it'll say ancestrally. Well, I got that from Fu-Kiau, because that's how he would always, instead of, like in a normal letter, you would say sincerely, or even sometimes fraternally, he would end it with ancestrally. And I thought that was dope. So I started using that myself. So that comes directly from my correspondences with Fu-Kiau. So I wanted to say thank you, Sister Bernadine, and I know you wanted to be here, but again, you had other commitments. So just wanted to acknowledge you, and the work that you do, and the work that you've done, and how instrumental you are in my brief relationship with Fu-Kiau, um, and also for introducing me to basically every single one of the guests who we're going to have today. So this is another reason why I wanted to make sure that I acknowledged her today. And so every single one of the guests that will be here and are here are the result of her relationships with them. And so I want to again thank all of them for agreeing to come on the show and have the conversation. And again, thanking Sister Bernadine for introducing me to them. And so, with that said, again, the next hours I will be introducing, or we will be having conversations with different individuals who knew him in various capacities. And so, the that first guest that we will have is Dr. Barbaro Martinez-Ruiz, and he will be joining us from London. And so I think this is a 5-hour difference, and which is one of the reasons why we started the show a little bit earlier to accommodate his schedule. And so Dr. Martinez-Ruiz earned his BA from the University of Havana in 1994, and he's from Cuba, and his PhD from Yale University in 2004. He is an art historian with expertise in African and Caribbean artistic, visual, and religious practices, whose work challenges the traditional disciplinary boundaries and examines the varied understandings of and engagement with art and visual culture. Following professorships at Havana's High Institute of Art from 1993 to 1997, the Rhode Island School of Design from 2002 to 2004, and Stanford University from 2004 to 2013, Martinez-Ruiz joined the University of Cape Town, where he has served as the head of the Art History and Discourse of Art Department since 2013. He was the 2017 to 2018 recipient of the Leverhulme, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, visiting professorship hosted by Oxford School of Interdisciplinary Area Studies and a senior fellow at St. Anthony's College and Trinity College. And he is currently teaching at Yale University and at Oxford, which is very unique that he's teaching, at two schools across the waters at the same time. He is known for many works, and one of his best known works is Kongo graphic writing and other narratives of the sign, from Temple University Press. But he also has texts, and I don't know how to, because I don't speak Spanish, um, El Colegio de Mexico, and which came out in 2012, and another text, Fossil Abdullah, on the art of dislocation, uh, also in 2012, and Art and Emancipation in Jamaica, Isaac Mendez Belisario, and His Worlds, Yale University Press, 2007. He also has Makisi Insi, The Arts of the Inhabitants of the Region of Mbanza, Congo, and Angola Power Figures, came out in 2010. Writing Bodies in the Bakongo, Atlantic Experience and Performances, Challenges for Art and Anthropology, Funerary Pots of the Congo in Central Africa, in African Terracotta, a millenary heritage, and The Impossible Reflection, a new approach to the African themes in Wilfredo Lam's art in Wilfredo Lam. He's currently working on a text, Unwrapping the Universe, Art and Cosmology Among the Bakongo. And so that is going to be our first guest, and he's going to come on at 12 p.m. our time, and that'll be, what is that, 11 a.m. for those Central. And so also, who's going to come on right after him at 1 p.m. is Titos Sompa. And he is the founder and artistic director of Mbongi Dance Theater Project, originating from the Congo. Titos is a charismatic and extraordinarily gifted performing artist, teacher, and healer. Since arriving in America from Paris, where he taught music and dance and toured Europe with his band, Les Echos Noirs, he has inspired artists, students, and audiences with his African cultural orientation that holistically integrated music, dance, singing, folklore, and spirituality. Mr. Sompa was the first to introduce the earthly and fluid Congolese style of simultaneous dancing and singing to American audiences. So he is going to join us at 1. And then at 2 p.m., we will end it with Professor Charles Daniel Dawson. And I'm just seeing now, Professor Dawson, the other bio that you sent me. So this is one I had earlier that I got from the web. So hopefully it's not too different from the one that you just recently sent. But Professor Dawson has a research focus on the African diaspora and its culture. He has taught seminars on African spirituality in the Americas and has worked as a photographer, filmmaker, curator, arts administrator, and consultant. He served as curator of photography, film, and video at the Studio Museum in Harlem, New York, director of special projects at the Caribbean Cultural Center, and as curatorial consultant and director of education at the Museum for African Art. As a photographer, he has shown his work in more than 30 exhibitions. He has also curated more than 40 exhibitions, including Harlem Heyday, the photographs of James Van der Zee, and The Sound I Saw, the jazz photographs of Roy de Carava, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Dawson has been associated with many prize-winning films, including Head and Heart by James Manas and Capoeiras of Brazil by Warrington Hutney. And so this is him in the center in terms of the photo, and to his left, but our right, is Dr. Fu-Kiau. And I forgot the brother's name on the left, and he told me. Um, and so maybe when he comes on, he can inform us um, about this. So each and every one of them that I've named has a relationship with Dr. Fu-Kiau. Is going to give us some insights into his life. And I want to acknowledge Brother Kenneth B. Nun, and he also wanted to be a part of this discussion, but circumstances would not allow him to be with us live. But I would be remiss not to at least acknowledge and mention him in relationship to Fu-Kiau, and because he was instrumental and very close to Fu-Kiau in terms of when he was sick, raising funds for Fu-Kiau. And he is a lawyer, but I don't know if he was Fu-Kiau's personal lawyer. I think I heard someone say that, but hopefully someone from the panel can correct that. But I wanted to, introduce the public to Kenneth B. Nunn, if you're not familiar with him. Um, he is the Associate Director of the Center of Children and Families at the University of Florida Law, and the assistants at University of Florida Law, and the Assistant Director of the Criminal Justice Center. um, Mr. Noon joined the UF Law faculty in 1990 and has twice been named Teacher of the Year. His teaching and scholarship experience lies in the fields of criminal law, criminal procedure, race relations, and the law, police brutality, race and criminal process, cultural studies, and African-centered thought. Along with Sharon Rush, he co-founded the Center for the Study of Race and Race Relations, one of a few law school centers that focus on race. He previously worked on a public defender in San Francisco and Washington D.C., and as a staff attorney at the Southern Africa Project. Nunn has published a variety of written works, including several book chapters and various articles on topics such as race, diversity, critical theories, and human injustice. He was a member of the Florida Innocence Commission that was established to suggest changes in Florida law to avoid wrongful convictions. Then has also taught as a visiting law faculty member at Washington and Lee University School of Law, Florida A&M University College of Law, and at the Makerere, if I'm saying that correctly, University in Uganda. Nunn is an affiliate professor of the University of Florida Center for African Studies and in the UF African American Studies program. So these are all very powerful, powerful individuals. And I want to make sure that y'all understood who we have in conversation and who's associated with these, so that you can look them up, especially, those who wanted to be here but couldn't be here. And I also wanted to acknowledge Alexander LaSalle and his wife. They couldn't make it as well. They're dealing with some personal issues with family, taking care of family members and health, and so they could not be here, but wanted to be here. So I wanted to acknowledge them as well. And I don't have a bio to read of them. And so we're coming up now on uh, the top of the hour, and we should have Dr. Babaro, and I see him in the green room, as we say. And so we'll be bringing him on soon. And I wanted to, before I bring on Dr. Martinez-Ruiz, I don't know how much of this y'all can see, but Sister Bernadine makes quilts, and she gifted me this quilt that she made. And she has made, quilts for a number of individuals. And this was actually, I want to say, made for her husband. I'm assuming late husband. And this is from 2003. When was this made? No, this was in 2000. Began in 2000 and began October 1st, 2000 and completed December 5th, 2000. And this was also in an exhibit. Was it a Juneteenth exhibit? Or it may be in another page. But if you can, I don't know how much or how well y'all can see this. And so you will see a lot of, it is Egyptian focused. And so the sewing is very excellent. And, the colors, I don't know how well it will capture the colors on this phone, but, this is a very intricate, piece of artwork. And I want to thank you again, Sister Bernadine, for this gift. And this is the kind that you hang up. So I will be hanging this up in the crib. And so want to say that as well, so that, if y'all need any custom made quilts and the like, holla at me so I can give you Sister Bernadine's contact information, and you can holler at her. So about 5 minutes, and I guess we can start early. So I see Dr. Babaro in the waiting room, and so I'm going to bring you in now. And hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, how you doing?
Hello. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hold on, let me bring let me change the way this is. I'm sorry. We changed the layout slightly. There we go. So good morning. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I appreciate this greatly. And are you there? Oh, there you go. It seemed like you froze for a second. So yes, again, welcome. And you're a very, very busy man, and so it is an honor, first and foremost, to have you here and to speak on Dr. Fu-Kiau. And so, as I mentioned prior to bringing you on, I wanted to have these conversations about, these powerful ancestors, but I wanted to do it in a different way and not just simply me reading a bio or excerpts from their work. And so if the person that we're talking about was, a relatively recent ancestor, and there's people who were alive who knew them and walked with them. I wanted to have those conversations, those oral traditions, those experiences that we can't find in the books, about these giants who walked among us. And so, with that said, uh, I want to first start off just with a little bit about yourself, and then we're going to go into how you were introduced to Fu-Kiau in terms of his work, and then him personally. And so, could you give us just a little bit of background about, who you are, what it was like growing up, where you grew up, and the like?
Thank you, Asar, for this kind invitation. I think it's very important to have this kind of exchange across the water and even in person. I think I really value, and also I would like to thank Danny for making the connection and making happen. My personal information, so who I am or what I do. I am from Cuba. I'm born in Cuba, born and raised until early 30s, and went to the U.S. as to continue my studies. Pretty much that is kind of the short story. But I came from a family of practitioner of Congo-based religion in Cuba, and also I have a Haitian connection, Voodoo connection through my grandmother migrate to Cuba early 20th century, and I pretty much it's like a reinforce of a Congolese practice in two stages in a way. I've been a practitioner of all my life, pretty much. This a kind of challenge because in a place like I coming from the eastern side of Cuba, from a place called Guantanamo, maybe everyone know for the American military base and for the sound, and from that part of the countryside, as far and remote you could be, in all meanings associated with a country that have a center and a periphery and system of value associated with individual and places you come from. That is pretty much. I see myself as a student of my own traditions, as someone who try to understand the process and how things came about, rather than having the kind of automatic relationship with my own religions. I know that kind of bring another challenge is how I pass on my own tradition into my family, specific my daughters, and how you create a system without the violence and the pressure that I was subject of those kind of violence, at the kind of the pressure of learning in a particular context, because it was part of a family heritage. That there used to be a kind of preset destiny for what you had to do within the spiritual realms of the family, that didn't have a choice. And I kind of revisiting those kind of approaches is how, from the perspective of the 21st century, how I can find a space that doesn't have that connotations, and that in the way I remember my own training and my own learnings and my own traditions. It's not a safe place. It's more about a place in which will provide a different kind of understanding and a kind of fluidity to the choices that my daughter had to make in case they wanted to embrace their religions. That is pretty much that what I. Um, I also was trained as an artist, as a visual artist, as a painter and photographer. I did pretty much like multimedia conceptual art in the 80s and 90s. Even in New York, when I moved to New York, this is what I kind of tried to refine, reorganize, recalibrate my life as an artist. But I think it's the challenge of being an artist in New York City in the 90s, kind of been compromised by my own desire to understand better my own tradition and to understand myself. And I think it's the life kind of put me in this kind of intersection or crossroads of fulfilling studies in African art, African culture and religion, or to be a professional artist. That was a challenge for me because I wasn't part of a selected elite of artists, Cuban artists that used to be very active in New York at the time to a specific institution. I was more like an outsider. And I think it's that kind of pretty much was clear what I have to do is just to go and do my PhD and study. I've studied myself in a way. I studied my own traditions. And the second part of the second question you asked, it had to do with Fu-Kiau. I met Fu-Kiau through Daniel Dawson, who will be speaking this afternoon at 2:00. And Danny is the kind of, how you call, the connector. He's the one who have an incredible ability to facilitate interaction between different people. He is very capable in building bridges that allow people to walk over one's size to the next. And when I was doing my PhD, Fu-Kiau was invited to give a series of 5 lecture in Lower Manhattan, and this is 1999. And I came down. This was my first year of my PhD at Yale, and I went down to New York City and stayed for the entire week to kind of listen in the series of lecture. And from that, I think toward the end of the week, Danny did a kind of formal introduction to Fu-Kiau, and I just became kind of friends and colleague. And kind of we started a long relationship of sending, talking at the more by phone and less than email, until he, I think it was 2001, he decided to give me a series of manuscripts that haven't been published manuscripts that haven't been translated. It's around 900 pages of his work, including early work from 1967 and 1969 that have important introduction from leading anthropologists of the time, like John Jansen. And most of the work is written in French. A few of them, around 150 pages that are written in Kikongo. And even the French writing have a lot of sentences and a lot of sections and footnotes in Kikongo. And I kind of, I think 2002 was kind of a critical moment for me in our relationship, because I remember when I was sitting in my office and I get this box from the main office, and when I open it was this the manuscript and handwriting on each of a section of a manuscript, written by kind of dedication to me, and asking to kind of continue, that kind of to finish his work. And something that is very difficult for me to see myself as a someone who will continue his legacy. I think is maybe because there is a similar kind of situation happen with other important intellectual figures, that always there is a dilemma and controversy about who will be the inherents of these traditions and the knowledge from that person. So I always see myself more like a vehicle, someone that can allow his voice to be more clear and more visible, rather than being in this position of ownership over
mm,
his knowledge and his heritage and his intellectual project. And I think I don't see myself like that, and that is what the reason I decide not to kind of. I know the manuscript very well, and I kind of been working with them throughout since that lecture in New York, series of lectures in New York, and through my work. And then I decide in the best way to honor Fu-Kiau is to having a conversation real time with him through my writing, and I think and through my research. I think that would be for me the best way to amplify and to honor this incredible gesture of giving me this precious piece of research and personal work. And I think it's pretty much in my work is the in a way you can, when if you read my research that is related to Congo religion or Central African traditions or Central African Congo art, is always in conversation with Fu-Kiau. He's always there in and sometimes as a prominent voice, and then sometimes it's kind of rapping with him, is interacting with ideas that he kind of outlined through his writing, but sometimes questions that he thought he didn't have the time to properly answer through his work. And I think it's when he kind of was the second person that kind of have a similar kind of approach about doing research. Like when he was more into this idea of when you do a research, you don't need to have all the answers, but you can provoke the future by leaving those answers, those questions, or timetable those answers for the future. Or, leaving those questions for your colleagues, for your peers, or for future generation. And I think it's something like Robert Farrar Sampson also does the similar kind of approach to his research, kind of echo Fu-Kiau understanding of what is the proper way to do research when you are in a position of disadvantage. In a case of Fu-Kiau, it was similar to me, coming from outside, having an accent,
mhm,
not being a clear understanding in early time, and the rule of engagement is how discipline operate and how the system of value within those disciplines are history, anthropology, archaeology, linguistic, and so forth. And that is one part. It's had to do with personal experience, but the second one is more about the politics of those disciplines, and the politic of knowledge, how
mm,
how you insert. There is a mechanism, there is a system in which you can create it that allow your system of value will be equally recognized in that dynamic. And I think it's to try to figure it out, how to penetrate or how to be equally represented. It's maybe one of the most difficult challenge that Fu-Kiau faced through his life, and as a lot of scholar like me that had to face every day, the keeper of the disciplines, they're still feeling somehow in that position of ownership, and also a way the sense of policing the disciplines also is very important. for those keeper, and therefore any attempts from outside it um, 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 could be very difficult, and I think that is maybe kind of see myself as the John scholar was someone already for myself, in my personal opinion, was established in his own right, but didn't have the gravitas in the discipline on the discipline that they used to have as a case of study, African or Central African intellectual projects. You can call religion, art, but that doesn't matter. I think it's more for me how to see himself as a lesson, or see himself as an example that should be I should walk in and push the similar kind of enthusiasm and desire to his voice to be heard. And I think that I think is the kind of the lesson I get from that. Maybe I don't know if I answer your two questions then.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And I want to kind of get into Fu-Kiau, the man, as you knew him as a person. So when you first met him, what was your first impressions, of him, and what were you able to gain, after knowing him a little bit more deeply in terms of what was important to him, what did he value, his relationship with family and things of that nature. What kind of insights did you observe, just being with him?
I think that maybe there are two way to answer that question. One had to do with kind of my personal experience, not just with Fu-Kiau, with
Okay.
Bakongo people.
Okay.
How Bakongo people are perceived by outside, by people that are from outside the culture, and there are two ways to understand that. In my personal experience from the 80s back in Angola, and there is one perception and a stereotype that's very damaging. And this idea of Bakongo people are very arrogant and selfish, but never been kind of these kind of two assumptions have been made, specifically in places like Angola. That is the kind of the typical stereotype being built around the Bakongo people, Bakongo personality. Instead to talk about a Mukongo is very entrepreneur, and it's someone who is have this incredible curiosity to self in life. If that never came, that sentence never end in that part, no. But the second one is that when you interact with Bakongo or Congo people, there is a sense of privacy. There's always this distance you will feel when you're interacting with someone, and not because they don't like the other person. There's a kind of mechanism to understand space and experiences. The reserve to be reserved is very it's one of the most important attributes of a Mukongo person. And it's kind of for many years, and I try to understand what that means. And then one day, I will go back to Fu-Kiau, what that means. In 1999, I was looking into the museum. The Mansa Congo have a museum of the kings, and it's out of a beautiful crown made of silver from the late 15th century. There are incredible things. There is a tiny necklace that have this shell, a seashell, a freshwater shell, and it's hanging in this kind of very organic materials, and look like a completely um, um, inexpensive, or look like it doesn't have any kind of value in comparison with the everything is on display in the museum. And the person, my colleague at the time, told me this is the most important object in the whole museum. I say, well, why? So because you see the shell is when you see a shell is that is emblematic of the Bakongo identity. It's how define the
Mhm.
character, who we are. Is that and so how could you elaborate a little bit? Is that this, if you try to poke your finger into the shell, you never will hit the bottoms of the shell. This is how we are. The idea of our character, who we are as people, had to do with time and being reserved. And also, it's generosity is one of the most important things, and defined idea of love is more equal to generosity. I think going back to Fukiao, the the first things I identified with him as a speaker, and I'm talking about the first thing I identified with him was this
Mhm.
uh, desire and an incredible openness to share his knowledge, to share his experience, to be close to people, to talk, to interact with people. That pretty much go back to this idea of love, because in Congo term, love is equal to generosity. It's not the way we are understand generosity, like the physicality of love that we understand in the Western culture. And it doesn't have a similar kind of translation in the Congo culture paradigms. And I think that I think is something that he was um, 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 inhabiting this as a scholar, the stream of what that means, the idea of love. In this case, it had to do with love for himself, is love for his own culture, love for his knowledge. Um, and as a person, you always feel in that space that the first reaction you feel that he is giving that time to try you to understand him, what that means to
Mhm.
someone who is in that capacity he's capable to share, who is capable to um, and not everyone take this idea of exchange in the similar way. People don't like
Mhm.
to be touched or to be close or to be in this kind of exchange. And I think it's always create that distance at the beginning to allow me to understand what that means. You know, the next premises of the relationship that need to
Mhm.
be mediated by that kind of silence, you kind of silent equal to distance in order to understand him. And when you understand that, you had to kind of fully embrace the complexity of a relationship. And I think that is the way I see he. When we went for lunch in one of the uh, I remember an Indian restaurant near the locations in the place the lecture took place,
Mhm.
and when he gathered enough information and he felt comfortable, I feel comfortable with the initial quietness. He kind of turned to like the best friend ever, like let's talk. I think it's that kind of the two stages in a that is the way I see that. I feel kind of connected to my own experience with back in Angola with people that share similar kind of culture with him. And most of my fellow Cubans, they read that as the in a kind of opposite direction in the wrong way. And I think it's that is something I wanted to. But I remember a friend of mine who was a Cuban. He used to run a construction company, and our house, he used to run this company for a Portuguese Angolans construction business person, and the house that used to be like the headquarters for my research center used to be right
Mhm.
across of a hospital, and every day from 5 o'clock all the way to 7 o'clock in the morning, you can hear um, um, people crying, people crying
Mhm.
because they already lost a child and so forth, illness, someone died. And it's my friend who used to who also died in an accident a couple of years ago said, "Oh, um, they don't love like the way." That was one of the things that catch my attention. Is this idea of the how you manifest love for somebody else. They had to be translated in a very specific actions that my fellow countrymen couldn't understand the manifestation of love from
mm,
the Congo perspective. And when I realized even we can understand the same language, we live in that place, we have friends, there are
mm,
degrees of separation that prevent us to fully understand a specific specific location, a specific history,
mm,
and kind of forced me to kind of figure it out a different set of methodologies that allow me to understand that differences in a more um, productive way, rather than to be this person researching about these people, researching about the culture, or looking for the secret. The idea of a secret is very important for anthropology, and I kind of cross out those kind of behaviors and tactic, and I kind of decide to thinking about um, one of the things from Fu-Kiau lecture was about the all the time you have a word, so someone provide you an idea, and so behind an idea there is the words, and we have behind these words there's a series of other words that are related
mhm,
to that one, and until we understand the relationship between in that lines, it's more like layers.
mhm,
You won't be able to understand the implications of the main idea you begin with, and
mhm,
I think it's just the kind of um, uh, desire and need to understand every single step, not because in a kind of in a way we see that there is a progression or a sense of origin. It's
mhm,
more about how and why a particular thing became that thing, what informed and when that particular idea. And when you understand all the different steps or the different sources, it's like interfaces in the computer. When you
mhm,
understand all the different things that interface in that particular idea, you will have a better understanding of the case study you wanted to put forward. And I think that was always you see Fu-Kiau lecture. He just bring one thing, one simple words, and that
mhm,
would turn into 20 or other ones. He never kind
exactly.
of satisfied with a simplistic answer, and also challenged the way the other scholar um, um, kind of assess those kind of terminology or react to a specific term. And I think he was very vocal in trying to make clear um, those kind of practices that are okay, but he has the right to voice his own opinion in the first place. And I think that is the something I really value, and it's something that I believe in what I've had to do.
It's several things stand out. First, your commentary about Fukiao in terms of wanting to share, and like that's something that I noticed like when our first conversation, like he wanted to know a little bit about me and what my interests and stuff was, and he was just willing to share, and he's like, write this down, make sure you have a pen, and da 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 da, and he would just go, like I'll just ask him one question and he can go for a long time in answering it. The second thing is the reserve aspect, and I remember, I think it's one of your articles where you're talking about the gestures,
Yeah,
Congo gestures, and how that that reserve is, I forgot which one it was, but like how that even expresses itself in these gestures that come out of that region. And thirdly, it reminds me, and this is a shameless plug. I wrote a text some years ago called "Where Is the Love? How Language Can Reorient Us Back to Love's Purpose." And uh, of course, all my works I consult, Fu-Kiau, but in this instance, I'm I'm looking at the the word love in English and trying to see if there is an African origin to this word. And if so, is there a difference in the implication and application of the term in Indo-European versus African languages? And there's a whole other context for why I would look for this word in Africa, prior because of some other, scholarship. And so I discuss in that text. But when um, I finally trace the origin and is able to do the necessary steps, I came to the conclusion that love ultimately it comes from a kind of a primitive root meaning to share food. And ultimately I argue that you can define love as open-hearted sharing, in exchange. And so when you mention that kind of understanding of love from the Congo perspective, it kind of reinforces what I was able to discover linguistically, for African words and concepts for the word love itself, and how that very word, how that very root, the root of the various words for love in Africa, well, that are cognate, um, it is the same root that you'll find in the word Ma'at. Well, we pronounce it Ma'at, but it's not how it's pronounced in terms of ancient Egypt in Kemet, in terms of because one definition is about offerings and things of that nature. And so so it's just interesting, me hearing you say that and how the linguistics reaffirm what you're saying in that particular context. And so I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, no, I think is that for me, I kind of try to do the connection more into the diaspora, what so-called
Hmm.
diaspora, and I cannot separate myself from bringing Fu-Kiau in conversation to
Hmm.
my own traditions and my own research, and I think it's the when I grew up, um, there is a so-called Nkisi that called Shola. Is a Shola CH is a corruption of Zola from
Uh-huh.
Kikongo. This is how you
Hmm.
this kind of translate the kind of variations that the adaptation of the sound Zola in Kikongo. Kikongo from the Mbanza Congo. Let's be specific here because there are a few of these people out there, um, um, specific linguistic from Belgium that they think they
Hmm.
are proprietary of their sense of ownership of the language and so forth. The term Zola, that is the term, the word for love, or generosity in Kikongo. No,
Hmm.
Kikongo Sansala. You wanna, but the funny thing when my first trip to Mbanza Congo was in 1999. 1999, Mbanza Congo. You might remember Savimbi was alive, and Savimbi wanted to take Mbanza Congo, the capital of the Congo Kingdom, occupied, and the UNITA rebels used to be 5 kilometers outside Mbanza Congo, and I was fool enough to land it in a military airplane. Went there to rescue all of the governors and his family,
Uh-huh.
who took, left in the airplane and decided to stay. Like crazy, crazy things that I used to do. And that happened a long time ago. But
Yeah.
um, the only thing I have with me at the time was this charm or
mm,
Nkisi from my family, from my grandmother, called
mm,
Shola. No,
mm,
and that was and that particular Nkisi or charm also is the define is used for love. That is one of the main
mm,
function of induce love, no, or protect
mm,
you from. Um, and that was kind of the first personal experience. I have something personal that used to be connected to that place, but without really knowing exactly what that means.
mm,
Generosity in a specific, in the precision, I really require at the time. And I just want to
mm,
start kind of using my personal belongings, my personal traditions as a way not just to understand the new relationship, also understanding myself and where I come from in doing the research. That I think that kind of created different dimensions in my research premises and research tactic. But later, I think this idea of also Shola in um, in the Congo religion in Cuba is a kind of Nkisi that is constituted out of 21 pairs of plants. They had to be compatible. And in a
mm,
way, now you start thinking about an object that is aligned with this understanding of nature, that they replicate the entire physical value of nature in a container inside the bottle.
mm,
And one of the main ingredient of that and keys in the form of bottle is perfume. It's the one
mm,
that dissolve all of the different chemicals that you want to, ingredients into, and I give urgency to that drink and to that liquid that is inside that. Now, you can understand sola or shola in a two different kind of register in a way. One
mm,
is more interpersonal interaction, but now shola also have an application, a direct application in the way religious principle can recreate it through a specific object that have a precise applications in the religious system, and that I think is the what made so compelling this type of conversation with Fu-Kiau, because it's every single
mm,
evidence kind of take you back to your own
mm,
personal experience. Like the few days ago, I was kind of looking into there is a myth, the short story that Fukio have that in those manuscripts. They have their own short story about this creation of the first living being called Muhungu, and I think
mhm,
I mentioned that before. But and I kind of went back, and I've been collecting those kind of short stories of the tell this the cosmogonical narrative, and
mhm,
one of the story, I don't want to talk about the character. Try to find character equal to character in Cuba because it's very simplistic. But it's the one of the
mhm,
in the story is the the process that is one of the character in the Cuban side that is similar. It's a sacrifice is in as an event in the two of the story. The one tell by Fukuyao, and the ones that being recorded generation after generations, the Congo practitioner in Cuba, and is the creation of a divinatory system that in Cuba called Shamalongo. Sha
mhm,
similar to Zola. No, and
mhm,
that's the kind of what would be the origin of these words now, because um, there's a lot of controversy, specific
mhm,
the scholarship emerging from Ghent University in Belgium, that they have a very specific approach of the meaning of specific words in Kikongo, and they always jump to this kind of conclusions. Everyone else, they have a miss, misunderstand the original meaning, so they cannot really properly assess the etymology of the word. But never
Hmm.
ask. No one really asked someone like Fu-Kiau what he think
Hmm.
about the origin of particular, or the meaning of that particular, someone who speak the language, um,
Hmm.
and not undermining the scientific or academic response and understanding of giving the desire to give an explanation to this idea. But I think we should be able to allow to someone who is from the culture at least to voice his own understanding, to explain his own understanding, rather than to say, oh, he didn't, like most of the people, like someone like McGaffey used to say, oh, Foucault did not understand Kikongo properly. It's like we don't never will question anyone to um, 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 any of the English philology to question their understanding of English when they explain Shakespeare. That is not really a
Hmm.
problem. And any of
Hmm.
the, literary luminaries or scholars and philosophers from German, no one will question that. But in somehow, when come to a specific culture, Fukiao, who is a Mukongo, who used to be a Mukongo, who is have a personal experience, also being trained in several traditions, including being educated, in having a PhD, and also having experience with Christianity as well as a historical religions. I think it made him a better candidate to try to explain that someone with a very narrow set of tools to try to give it a more precise scientific explanations. And I think that go back to this idea of what that means. Shamalongo is a divination system. But what
Hmm.
when you try to understand where is the origin is in Zama and Longo, or Zama, Za and Longo. Za means brightness, light. Longo is the round table. It's like a plate, and
Hmm.
long small plate. The light in the plate, it have so many connotation when you try to, and I kind of you have to go back and ask to
Hmm.
the people what that mean this word for you, and they will give you, because the Bakongo people in Angola, they live in this conversation, the entire experience, linguistic experience, intellectual
Hmm.
practice is in Frankie Congo with other languages, including Portuguese. And the translations and the ellipses that take a metaphorical implication of a particular term, they already understand that because they live in this dual system.
Hmm.
Kikongo Portuguese, Kikongo French, Kikongo Lingala, Kikongo
Hmm.
Swahili. And
Yeah.
why we should not, try to at least to understand that, what is the implication on those kind of construction in those kind of paradigms or relationship between Kikongo and other language that already taking place for 500 years.
Hmm.
That is what happened with an African person in the diaspora in Cuba or in Brazil. They used to speak an African language, but they've been forced to speak this other language. That created this kind of change that wasn't possible before.
Hmm. Indeed. Um, it reminds me, and someone in the chat uh, brought up this question as well, in terms of the impact of the scholarship of Fukiao and the uniqueness of what he was able to bring, being an insider of the culture, and more specifically the initiatic schools. Can you speak to? There's going to be two questions. Can you speak to that aspect of what he brought, and answering the question from the chat, which a lot of us have been wondering what's in the text, because if we read Fu-Kiau's text, he's always citing himself in this text called Mokuku Matatu,
Yeah.
but it has not been translated. It has not been brought into English, and most of us don't have access. So someone is asking more specifically, can you speak to that particular text? And so if
Huh.
you can answer those two things, uh, that would be great.
I think the first one, let's be real, and let's be honest. The fact you know 3 years ago, you have a prominent scholar who make the effort to write an essay
Mhm,
in which he pretty much came to three different conclusions in this essay. That number one, Fukuyama exaggerated. Number two, Fukuyama provide false information to the famous scholar Robert Farris Thompson.
mhm,
And number three, the two of them made fabricate this idea of a Congo religion.
mhm,
And when you have these three different arguments, this and when you write a text in which the premises of the text is to discredit someone who have almost zero visibility and credibility in the discipline of anthropology,
mhm,
how is possible an outsider and someone in a marginal figures in terms of in relation to the discipline can make popular and famous this idea of a culture, the Congo studies, and that
mhm,
number one is this the what we have is the important scholar like Robert Farris Thompson, like Danny Dawson, myself, and other like Zeca Ligado in Brazil. It's other scholar who used to inhabit these kind of dual spaces that acknowledge Fukuyama work, but it's not enough because
mhm,
the visibility of his writing doesn't have an equal value in relation to what the kind of writings does scholar been putting forward for the last 30 years. And that is the reality of the study of African specific Congo art. Everyone will cite someone like Johan Thornton or McGaffey or Jansen. People feel more comfortable because more secure. They are prominent players in the discipline of anthropology or history. Fukuyama. No one will cite Fukuyama. Or you have admissions. You have someone like McGaffey who never quote Fukuyama until his latest book. And
mhm,
how could it be? You already know this person. You and study with this person. Begin with studying Kikongo. Jansen and McGaffey study Kikongo with Fukuyama, and they stay with him in his school in the Congo
mhm,
when they went to do the research as a Fulbright scholar. And then somehow they forget to mention that. They forget to quote them, to do proper acknowledgement through the writing. And what happened is because the writing Fukuyama is putting forward, they've been seen as not professional, you
mhm,
know, privately, funded, not, that didn't have the same kind of, there's the kind of a criticism that emerged from the people, a scholar who are working from those disciplines, except Thompson, who was careful enough to not just to pass and to allow his student, including me, to understand the importance of Fukuyama from day one, not just as a person, also as someone who been in
mhm,
contact with all the scholar at the same time. And I think history made an important, will be important only if we can honor that through our own writings, our own performance as intellectual performance in the field of our history, anthropology, history, cultural study, and so forth. The
mhm,
the the second question, it's interesting that the question today, because I was looking today in the text Makuku Matatu, no, that is the actual title um, title of a manuscript, and just wanted to show you here.
Hmm.
You see Fu-Kiau, writing on the top, no?
Yes, I see it.
And
Yeah.
2003, to be more precise, no? Is the
Hmm.
and this is the first this 499 pages, just to be
Hmm.
exact. Um, but I have yesterday and today I've been kind of having sleep because I have this interesting puzzle to solve. So Makuku Matatu, I felt like was missing something. No, I
Hmm.
didn't didn't kind of give as a phrase in Kikongo didn't give me the full picture of a sentence. It's more like an incomplete sentence. No, like you can
Hmm.
use sometimes like a kashi phrase. No, um,
Yeah.
um, but this is one thing. I I have a hard time to kind of try to understand. It cannot be a proverb in the way he described in the book. He described as one of the most important proverbs that allow you to understand the Congo moral philosophy that is based in the idea of a triangle, the idea of three, no? Three of a
Hmm.
family, no? And three of history. But okay, Makuku is stones, rock, no?
Hmm.
Matatu is three, and tatu is three. Matatu is the possessive that the three that belong to. And when I went back to my notes in Mbanza Congo, they don't use matatu. They spell metatu. Now we have a
Hmm.
kind of interesting difference in. But the actual phrase in the actual proverb in Kikongo is makuku metatu melambila nekongo. Melambila is cooking, the free stone for cooking for the Congo king. That is the
Hmm.
literary, you know, translations of that expression. Because the idea of cooking also is associated with the idea of creating a family. Cooking is the giving birth to the family as a unit. Is associated with
Hmm.
the cauldron. The idea of cooking with free is a cauldron with vessel with three legs that is represented in the proverb, the Makuku Matatu Malembila in the Congo, is represented by three stones, and they
Hmm.
are equally separated, making a triangle shape. Those three, and also is equal. That represents three roads that connected in the middle. Let me see if like this. No, that is the symbol of roots
Yeah.
in like this. This also Makuku Matatu Melambile ne Congo. Those are the other implication of the proverb is not just the free stone for cooking, the foundation of the family that is provide foundation to the king, provide foundation to the culture. This idea of a ne Congo imply all the different type of Congo tradition. And now they have a specific implication in the way Bakongo people understand their own physical limits and
Hmm.
imaginary limit of the culture. There is a Bakongo in the Congo Kinshasa. There is a Bakongo in the DRC, in the Congo Brazzaville, and there is a Bakongo from Mbanza Congo. This idea of Makuku Metatu is the limit that has 3 points, similar to the stones in
Hmm.
the cooking stones. No,
Hmm.
now when you think about the way Fu-Kiau presented is the implication, he brings something that is not in the original proverb, and I maybe had to do with an understanding of the same proverb in Congo Kimanyanga near Kinshasa. This idea of not just the stone in the implication in Kikongo, in Mbanza Congo, is the stones are the support, and they are facilitating cooking as unified in the family. In the connotation Fu-Kiau given into that text implied the stones, they are speaking to each other. Now he brings this idea of conversing, interacting, language, makuku metatu, as an act of communications, as an important element in building up the family. That is a little bit different from the connotation, the reading of the same proverb in the Kikongo, in Mbanza Congo. Now what I try to do is the kind of going back to all the different all the different interpretation, not just the Makuku, Metatu, Melambila, and the Congo, is how different generation, different people explain it. And I think from the explanation, you can see even the idea of speaking is embedded in the explanation you get in Mbasa Congo, and the idea of cooking as a stone for cooking, the foundation of making fire, making the family. Also, there are in the same explanation in the recording I have in Mbanza, near Kinshasa, Mbanza and Mbungu. But now it's up to me to kind of try to bring these two track of explanation in a more cohesive way, more to, for me, it's more to allow this conversation between the same proverb that have a different implications when you explain it, because the proverb have a two different stages. The proverb itself is to have a phrase, a catchy phrase, and every proverb had to be subject of an explanation. I mean, you had to disconstruct the proverb that you think is obvious from the perspective of a local, no? But it's always that there is a need to every single subject, every single proverb had to be disconstructed and explain it in every details. And I think in that explanation, that disconstruction of a proverb that take place in a real time by real people in a real location is when you can make that association, affiliation, or connection between why Fu-Kiau interpret the idea of makuku matatu as a stones that are conversions versus makuku metatu is the free stone. They are the foundation of the fire. It's a slightly different connotation, and I think we had to be able to kind of dive into those different dimensions and the way we use the way is explain it, and otherwise we miss the nuances and between one particular Congo tradition, Kimanyanga, versus the Congo tradition from Mbanza Congo, and or we make universal statements that is very typical. All the research from McGaffey, they are from the Congo Democratic. He didn't do research in Angola. How could it be? The capital of a kingdom is in Angola, but all your research is in the other country. You haven't been able to even to conduct proper research. How could it be you making those generic, definitions about Congo religion, Congo political system? You haven't really studied the version. You haven't heard the voice of the Congolese people, practitioners, and from the Angolan side, in which you have the center of a political, the kingdom for 500 years. That for me is a serious problem. How could it be we are quoting Laman, who did research in the periphery of a Congo culture in the 19th century, as the acceptable translation of Kikongo term? How could it's like how we how is possible to accept those kind of violence when we haven't, at least we have the right to bring someone from that particular location to provide a different, their own understanding, and you can create these conversations with different sources. That at least what we can do. I don't know if I answered the questions.
Yes, yes, you did indeed. And we are coming to a close for this first segment. And I know we can go on for days talking about different aspects of Fu-Kiau, his research, but Congo culture and the like. And hopefully we can bring you back just to go in more depth about certain aspects of the culture, even beyond, just Fukiao's work. What you've been able to learn from your own primary research, in the area. And so before we go into the next segment, is there anything that you want us to know and understand about Fukiao that may not necessarily be known about him or his work? How should we walk away from reading, the text of Fukiao? Uh, Go ahead.
I think it's not about the more less about the text, more about his philosophy of life. And
Okay.
he used to say something: never take any criticism personal. That means that
Mhm.
when I make few observation about scholar who interact, whose cases, the study is the Congo center of study, the Congo religion and Congo culture and Congo history, anthropologists and historians. He One of the advice from him is just let it be, but
Hmm.
fight for having your own voice. And I think is the recommendation is I think we should stop in try to pointing out the flaws and the issues and the problem with the scholar. We need to find a way in which our voice will have more visibility. And to, I think, go back to this idea of don't take it personal at the end of the
Hmm.
day. And I think is to be confident about your own research, about yourself. There's something that we been reminded every single time. We should not be confident. So being confident is a crime, and I think it's, that is the things I will kind of pass on and never stop. And knowledge, being generous with including the scholar, open a channel conversation with them rather than to marginalize them, demonize them as the way they do to us. And that I think is
Hmm.
that what that is the final kind of implication of do not take it personal at the end of the
Hmm.
day. And maybe it had to do with idea the being vulnerable as an immigrant that I empathize with him in that sense.
Hmm.
Um, um, but in one way or another, I think we current history of prove how vulnerable we are. Uh,
Hmm.
um, we are not even safe in any place. And I think go back to this idea of vulnerability that he felt, that I felt, is still pretty much up to date. And
Hmm.
how we create a different response to that, how we can um, bring our sense of agency, our agencies into our own living, into our own understanding of our voice. Have the right to have
Hmm.
a voice, have the right to make it visible. That is what I can say. And wait for the translations. I tried to do all the translation. It will take a long
Hmm.
time, but all the manuscript because I wanted to publish him as resources that everyone should have access. It doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with him, but you should have the right to read it in his own voice from day one, rather than to
Hmm.
hear from other. And I think that is a moral responsibility I have with his work, commitment with his work and scholarship. So thank you so much.
We appreciate you greatly. And before you go, I want to read a comment from Dr. Kaikosa Kajango. So we're streaming on three different pages. So YouTube and then two Facebook pages. So one of the Facebook pages, if they comment, it'll show up on my screen, but the other one it won't. So he's commenting on the other one that won't. So
Oh,
he says, "Thank you, Dr. Babaro, for helping me to see beyond my world. I cannot wait to read your upcoming book about Congo wisdom traditions. Thank you for showing the connection between Kikongo uh, Swahili, or he's responding to someone else there. But Dr. Karkosa Kajangu is another important scholar of African wisdom traditions that I think everyone should know. And I've been trying to interview him for like 4 years. I interacted with him all the time, but he he doesn't do anything without ancestral permission. So if anybody has any favor with the ancestors that can convince him to come and share, because he has some very very important ideas and works that need to be more known, in my opinion. But that's his commentary, and thanks to you. And I want to thank you again very, very much for sharing what you have shared and your insights. And we look forward to your upcoming works. And, for everyone who is listening, it is the works he has out now are very important too. So while you're waiting on the upcoming texts, please check out his earlier works, especially on the Congo writing. And so with that, I thank you very much. And we're going to bring on now our good brother Titos uh, Sampo. And you can hang around, and if you would like, I'm gonna put you in the green room. And so all of our guests are here; they're in the green room. So I want to acknowledge uh, Professor Dawson, and we're going to bring in um, our brother Tito. So hopefully everything is good. How are you
Okay,
doing, y'all?
hello. I'm doing
Yes,
okay.
yes.
That's right.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For coming on and being here with us. Um, and so I gave a brief bio of you earlier, but I want you. I would like for you to uh, tell us a little bit about who you are, where you come from, and then we can get into how uh, you became familiar with Fu-Kiau's work, and then we can get into what as somebody from Congo heritage, and from the Congo, and how what from experience resonates in the work. But if you could just give us a little bit of background about yourself.
No problem.
All right.
Okay, my name is Titos Sompa. I was born in Congo, Congo Brazzaville, and I got my ancestors also in Congo Kinshasa. But when I grew up in a family of a musician. My dad's big brother is a kalimba player and drum player and a sambi player, which is a Congolese kora, sort of
Mhm.
like a kora. So and I grew up in Kishi, which uh, Dr. Fu-Kiau will talk about a lot. In
Mhm.
Kishi is a healing house, a special house, because when I was born, the family of my father wanted me to be sacrificed. So, because I'm the firstborn. But
Mhm.
anyway, they have to put me in this house, healing house. It's called Mujiri. So I was raised on Mujiri. I went there uh, 3 times. So, and every time you go in there, you spend 4 months inside. So you don't eat outside people's food. You mean spicy food, salt, like that.
Mhm.
So I was initiated in the healing house since after I went to the 3 times. From that time, I never got sick to today. I never get sick. So
Mhm.
anyway, my music start because I grew up, like I say, in a family of musician dancers. My grandma was a dancer, and my grandma's also she's a lady who put the healing house together before you get in. So she used to cook our food. And I became like interested in the music. So to make a story short, how I got into music in 1964. Chombe, which means the leader from Kinshasa, he wanted to everybody who originate from Congo Brazzaville, they have to go back. They have to pack their stuff and go. These guys have been living there for I don't know, and they have a property, so they have to leave them. So anyway, so these people came, and I was as a teenager receiving these people to place them in the places where they later on they can find their family. So I met these four guys playing guitar, and I said, "Man, I like it. Let's form a group." And that's how we start a group called Les Échos Noirs. Les Échos Noirs. We came to Europe because we got a contract from a Minister of Culture in Paris, and they wanted us to go do a tour in the region of Paris. So we left in 1968. That's the start of the War of Biafra. So we get to Lagos to change. They have to escort us to the airplane because the bullets were flying everywhere. So we get on the plane, we go to Paris. We get to Paris, Paris is on fire. 1968, remember the goal, all the students were burning Paris. So that's how we got to Paris, to Europe. Then we toured Europe. We we met Belafonte, we met a lot of celebrities to come. So we've been doing music. Then me, I left Paris and came to the United States. Came to the United States. The first person I met, I went first to Olatunji. Olatunji. Then I met to Clark Center. Clark Center, that's where I started teaching Congolese dance. That's where I met Bernardine. Then after New York, I went to California. California, me and Malonga, we formed the first African camp in America. It's a Congolese one. We run it for 30 years over in California. That's where we met Elder Fu-Kiau, because we heard about him, then we invited him to come. We were so excited to meet him. So that's where we met the Elder Fu-Kiau. And for his writing, we started talking about him, and we talk about him all the time. And he came twice. Every time he came, it really was a great opportunity for people to know about him. And so, and I happened to meet also Kenneth. I didn't meet him physically, but I met him over the phone because after years, Elder Fu-Kiau started getting sick when he was in Boston, and that's Kenneth made me meet his ex-wife and his daughter. So I was in contact with them from Atlanta, me in Michigan, then Kenneth in Florida. Kenneth really is a center of the passing of our elder. I owe a lot of respect, and I owe him a lot, brother Kenneth Dunn. That brother, I have to say, because he went through a lot to go. I was in the mirror trying to solve the situation between the family and him. And he really have a good heart to just deal with the elder and make sure that he is good. I applaud him for that. I really. I can stand me saying because I was in communication with him, and it was the elder when he moved the elder from the place he was in Boston. I call the Congolese people, Mr. Mbala, who he teach at UFM. I mobilized them. I said, man, you got to do something, right? So I really anything everybody said, that brother. Kenneth Dunn,
Yeah,
I
can
want to
be
get,
none. Yes.
please, that guy. I want to get in touch because we lost. I lost the touch with him. So if I
All
can
right.
get the information of him, I will appreciate that very
No
much.
problem. I get that. I'll make sure I get that to you.
And so I don't want to say really that much because the elder, his contribution is so enormous, especially in the United States. You know,
Mm,
I've been doing conferences. I come to I was coming to New Orleans. I met some scholar from Yale, talk about him. They call him Tata. I say I was really honored to hear this guy, and he spoke Kongo. This Yale scholar. I forget his name. The guy went to Congo under the umbrella of Elder Fu-Kiau. So it's a
mm,
lot of people who study under him. They ask me when I meet them if I know of him. I say yes. So
mhm,
I think for especially for the Congo people, the Congo culture, his contribution have to be really at the top in terms of the healing, the concept of our healing, and those writing like the brother who's just there from Cuba. I want to get in touch with him. If you can give him my number,
mhm.
you
All
know.
right.
I, yeah, I've never been to Cuba, but I want to go over there, you
Mm,
know. So I have some idea about the Congo culture because there's a lot of Congo people, so-called New World. We are all over the place. So
mhm.
if if we can get in touch with all of them, that would be really fantastic. As a matter of fact, I'm starting a Congo a camp here in New Orleans. It's going to start next year. You're going to
Mm,
hear about it. So I'm going to bring people like that brother just talk, the other one
yeah.
who's talking. All of those people, I want to invite them to come here. They can be the
Yeah.
speakers because we'll be talking about our culture, our healing, you know. And
Mm,
New Orleans is the right place. I moved here now. I live here.
mhm.
So I just
Indeed.
want to say that it's not much to say about him because he's made so much than what we're going to say is not really, can change what he did because his impact is so enormous, you know. Uh, and we just
Indeed.
thank you. I know he's in peace with our ancestors. The only thing, let's honor these people when they are alive. I think it's a big good for us. I appreciate you, young men, to bring because we need a young mind like your mind like that. A lot of people like who think about the elders. You see what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. So because the more we think about them, the more we get blessed. Because that's our
Mhm,
tradition. We have to remember
mhm,
them. You have to take care of them. So it's really great what you did to just to honor him. And I want to shout out to Congolese who are born in Congo there, big Kinshasa, Brazzaville. They have to wake up. We have to come together. And people like that. There's a lot of people like uh, uh, Elder Fu-Kiau. There's a lot of them, you know.
mhm,
They're in the both side, Angola, Brazzaville, Kinshasa, because the Makuku Matatu, that's the three there, Makuku Matatu. Those three come together, they're the kingdom of Congo back. I swear to God,
mhm,
right there, Makuku Matatu. That's that healing. They have to. We have to go to the healing to free ourselves, not just to. The body is good, but the spirit to fight the enemy. We gotta level that level of power because it's there. Let's go there.
mhm.
Instead of doing bad to somebody, let's do bad to the energy. Why not? Okay, you need
Indeed.
uh, those uh, those nganga together and do the thing. They can do those things because the elders did before. You know, in
Mm,
Bansa Congo, they threw fruit. They threw it 3 times. And when they throw, it explodes like a grenade. They did those things. So,
mhm.
so I'm asking the Nganga writer, the one from Cuba,
Yes.
that message is for him too, because those Nganga we're talking about. That's what I'm talking about. In Kishi, okay, let's put in the magic of the Kishi. on action to protect ourselves. Yeah, because we can do
Indeed.
that. They did it, right? So
Mm,
that's it. Again, I'm saying you can give them address to everybody. My
hmm
website is mbongivillage.com. Mbongivillage.com. Right.
So, yeah, the
So
MbongiVillage.com. I'm gonna
yeah,
make sure that I type that in and put it in
that
a little later,
village.
and I'll make sure that I put
You
it in
can,
the description. I'm
and
sorry.
you can put in my number. You have my number. Put it out there too. They can have it. Yeah.
Alrighty. I'll make sure
Right.
that the people have access to you. And
Yes. And
you
all of
you
those
meant
speakers, I want to get in touch with all those speakers. If I can have their address, their information, how to we can communicate, I will appreciate very much.
no problem, no problem. And I will get your I'll if you can text me later
Right.
your email address, and I'll make sure
Yes, sir.
when I email everyone that
Yes,
you
sir.
are CC'd on there.
Yes.
Um, you mentioned that you are now living in New Orleans,
Yes, sir.
and that is one of my family centers, um, because most of my family comes from Opelousas, Louisiana, and New Orleans. And there's a place in New Orleans called Congo Square, and you are currently, uh, even after we end this conversation, you have something going on in Congo Square.
Yes,
So
every Sunday.
I'm gonna ask you two questions. What does Congo Square mean to you, and what do you have going on later on today in Congo Square that that you're regularly doing
Okay, first of all, I did my introduction. I didn't want to tell all the story because it's going to take a long time.
there?
That's why I shortened it. But
Uh-huh.
when I was in Congo, I was 12 years old. Louis Armstrong came to the Congo,
Mm,
and I happened to listen to the radio walking, and they say it's African American Satchmo from New Orleans coming to play at this center, sports center. A banker of an airplane turned into a sports center. Okay,
hmm
this is the way they used to store the airplane in the colonial time. So
mm,
he played there. So we went there. That's where Satchmo played. He played before the day before played for the French, for the white people. The next day he played
hmm
for us. He came to our city. He came there and played free. All of me, no shoes, and that time, I'm barefooted and want to see the black man from America. He came back to home. Oh man, that place was jammed. You hear me? They opened the door because it's too hard to do. So that's where man he played three tunes. After he finished the three tunes, he stopped. Then he gave a clinic, talk about himself when he was a
mm,
little boy. First of all, he said, I got here because they wanted me to play to Ghana. I said, okay, I'll go to Ghana. But I have to go to the Congo. We don't speak English, we speak French. So only
hmm
English colony they send him to. So he said, no, I gotta go to the Congo if I go to Ghana. Africa, I gotta go to the Congo. So he tell the story, he said, my grandmother used to tell me when I was a boy that we came from the Congo. And he's
mm,
right there playing for the Congolese uh, uh, ancestors. He's in the land of ancestors, exactly what his grandmother told him. He broke down, and the whole room broke down. Don't you know the next day we put him in the kipoi, the chair we carry the kings. That's how he went from Brazzaville and the other side in Kinshasa. People are waiting, man, crazy for him.
mm,
He even never touched the ground to cross the ferry. He takes 30 minutes to drive, to cross the Congo River to Kinshasa from Brazzaville. People are waiting. Over there, he played with the band Calais, Pepe Calais, the singer, modern singer, jazz kind of band in Congo. On those days, they played together with them. There's a footage about all of these things, right? So when I came here, before I got here, I made another musician. This is a Jewish musician who played with Satchmo. His name is Mezro. Okay? And he reinforced my wanted to come here. Because he talk about Satchmo, he cried, there was a souvenir. He left the United States in the 30s because they didn't allow the mixed marriage. So he ran away with his son to France. And there he wrote a lot of books about racism in France. So I used to go see him. He was like my mentor to get here. Right? So every time because the French said, oh, they killed there. He said, no, racism is there, but you don't kill, not like the French say, because the French exaggerate everything, you know. So they kind of made me scared to come here. So anyway, when I got here, I play with everybody. You know, I play jazz with Pharoah Sanders, Leon Thomas, Chico Freeman, all those guys. I play with them. Eddie Jefferson. Then I get here. So Congo Square is like me. I told them I don't want to get here like a tourist. I want to come tell my story. And when I told my story here, Tulane University brought me here the first time. So I told the story. After I left, one of the lady went to the museum and went to find the film. They saw the film. She called me. She said, Papa Titos, you know the story about Satchmo you told us? We saw the movie. I said, okay. And I said, the little boy is there. I'm in that group. And I said, I'm in that group. The little boy you are running there. Go after. Yeah. So the story now, when I came here, every time I come here, I go to libation. So when I moved here, I tell you, the first time I did a libation, that place, Congo Square, opened up like a, everybody was magical. I swear to God. Was magical. They thought I have a magic. I said, no, it's not me, it's him. He just heard my voice. I said, I'm the boy when you came to the Congo. I was 12 years old. That's what I told to him. And I put the palm wine. Man, the light went up. It was raining like a little bit. And then he said, "Pa, the sun, the rain stopped." Yes. I send you the picture. You can see the picture. Yeah.
All right.
So, anyway, that's my connection. For me, Congo Square is dear to me. That's why I'm teaching that. When I got there, the people were doing that. They said, Papa, you came, we pass you the heart. So from now on, you be playing. So I'm playing there now. Every Sunday they come. I'm trying to teach them how we do it in Congo. It's not just playing from left and right. No, it's a conversation. So that's what I'm teaching there. You see, our people came there. They create a conversation so they can relate to one another. So that's what I'm teaching now over there.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, Satchmo is very instrumental because I come from a family of artists, of musicians, and you know, if you in New Orleans, of course, you would have had to come across, you know, Zydeco, for example. And if you know about the history of Zydeco, you'll know about an individual by the name of Clifton Chenier.
Oh yes.
And that is my cousin. And all the Cheniers and all of them. That's part of the family. Like they would just play, like meet up by trees and do. So it's like that same kind of culture and history is alive and well, you know, in Louisiana. And so it's funny hearing these stories. But you mentioned earlier that you were the first to introduce this unique style of Congolese dance to the United States. And I would like, if you don't mind, for you to describe and talk about the nature of dance and the type of communication that the dance conveys, especially in the Bantu Congo context.
Mm. Okay, because my brother, it's a good question. Because I
Hmm.
always say to people here, and I'm trying to make sure they understand. Because sometimes when they say tradition dance, tradition dance, yeah, it's a tradition, but within that tradition we have a healing music, which is the healing setting. It, you can't teach that to nobody because it's a closed setting. The only person you can come participate, but when the time comes of that moment, only members of the family can be in that circle, can enter the circle. People who are not belong to the family, they stay as a spectator. They can watch, but they cannot get in the thing. They can warm up the setting before the actual ceremony starts. So that's it. We take steps. It's like going to a party, right? You go to a party, people are doing steps. You say, "Oh, I like that step," and you try it, right? Then all of a sudden, everybody is doing the step. So those are social dance, we call them. Everybody who come to America, you see they teaching African dance. That means they teaching social dance, not uh, uh, secret dance like a healing dance, because it's a closed society. You see what I mean? You cannot go. It's a special setting to do that. So you can do that in a classroom. No. As a matter of fact, a classroom exists here. Over there, we don't have a classroom. You see what I mean? We have a social dance. And those companies, they put those dance together. Okay, you can do it in the stage, in the eyes of a Western. You have to put that in the stage for them to understand, right? So that then the concept of that social dance on the first setting change when you put it on stage. You see. So that's the difference. So to go back, what we teach, like I say, it be from the West, blah, 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 is a social dance we teach. And social dance, there are a lot from different ethnic groups. Like to Bakongo, you have a Ngoma Bakongo, Bakongo Bayantatu. They have the same kind of sound, but it differs, it change. It changed a little bit. He changed from the percussion point of view and also the guy who doing the solo, the lead drummer. Okay? Then you have a Buanga, that's a different setting. Eh? Ndiende, that's a different setting. You see? Eh, 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 when I'm trying to teach at the Congo Square, because usually they have a free, everybody play wherever. You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to tell them, don't have that concept for African music. We don't do like that. Everything we play is a tune. It's a tune where you have accompaniment. Do you have people play the bell, people play the shaker, people sing, or everybody sing. One, the two. But we don't just play like a free jazz. Free jazz, that's why it didn't exist. It didn't last long because it didn't make no sense. Right? Yeah, free jazz is gone. That's a long time ago, right? So
Yeah.
that's what I explained to them. Like, don't think African would just blah 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 blah. No, 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 no. It's a conversation to it. We have a conversation. So and then I explained to them. It's like a jazz, same thing, the same concept. See, African came from Africa. They brought the same concept. It's no difference. It's the same.
Yeah.
he start, then another one to come, then another one to come, then another one to go. So it's a conversation. See, he say, hello, say, oh yes, let's go. So I said, that's me, I know. You know Oludara, right?
Yes.
Oludara, that's my elder. I play with him.
Ah.
You know, Oludara. I came in the 70s. That's they call it Black Renaissance. That's when I got to United States. So that's the time they were coming. The Pharaoh, the Chico, all of those guys. You know. So it was a good time. I met everybody. I played with everybody. That's because of Elvin Jones. Elvin Jones is the one that introduced me to the jazz circle. I played with him at the Village Vanguard for a month. So we had a clinic there together. That's when everybody met me, and then I started playing with everybody, recording with everybody. Yeah. So again, that's to talk about the music and my connection with New Orleans. So I'm trying to do that here, and also I'm helping. The Congo. The two Congo have the same problem, which means we have a street kids, a lot of street kids. When the time we were growing up in the colonial time, you didn't have those problems. I mean, if you go sleep in the market, I mean, you mentally sick. That's why you're going to sleep in the market. That when we were growing up, that's when we know that somebody sleep in the market. I mean, they're crazy. They got their money now. But now this is not the same thing. So something is not right. Something is not right. So in our hand, as artists or writer, healers, we have to take conscious to that freedom, economic freedom, because that's what we're fighting. The Congo is rich. The Congo feed the Western world, the Asian world. Everybody's there, and ourselves, we got nothing. It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense. So we got to do something. You guys, you, me, everybody, we have to do something really. I mean, that's another conversation. Maybe me and you. You understand?
No
Because
doubt.
that's really important. Me, I'm very, very conscious like that. Not just music is a vehicle for me to talk to people. A vehicle to give a message. My message is not just loving African culture. African people contribute from the beginning, and we get a slap all the time. Why you're putting us in a box? You have to break that box. Nobody wants to be in a box. Look at the Indian. Are fighting here. They're in a box for a long time. Break those boxes. Break African box so Africa can be free economically. That's what we need. We don't need them. We need ourselves to. But again, like I said, that's another conversation. I'm not going to talk to that right here. But
Well,
anyway,
I want to you kind of lead. I want to say this first that what you say about the dances, that there's basically two levels. You have the social dancing, and then you have the healing dancing and the sacred dancing that is done by a small, saying group of people. And it reminds me of, in the United States, we have these college fraternities and sororities. And so I belong to and was initiated into Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And, for any party that you go to, a college party, you will see that each fraternity and sorority has their own, you know, uh, set of dances and things that they do in a circle. And
right,
it's not for everyone. Like, if
right.
you're on the outside, you'll see them and you'll think that you can come in into
No, you
that
can't.
circle and imitate and do what they do, and you can't.
No,
That's
right.
specifically for each organization has their own,
There you
saying
go.
types of dancing. And so I can see that continuity in,
Right.
in
That's
in
it.
concept, saying between the
That's right.
two.
That's
But
right.
your latter statements, reminds me of the fact that when we're talking about Fu-Kiau, and although you know a lot of people gravitate to his explanation of Bantu Congo cosmology and philosophy, his work is still grounded in, a political struggle and this need, to articulate indigenous concepts of leadership and community and how this needs to be translated to the larger state. And so, he reminds me of, Dr. Shekanti Dia out of Senegal, who a lot of people are focused on his work on Egyptology, but not understanding that he was a political fighter as well. And those issues of community and development and things are very important to these particular scholars. And so it's the same with Fu-Kiau. He wasn't just writing to talk about Bantu cosmology. Everything, was especially like when you read his text in Mbongi. He talks about the political institutions and the nature of politics of society and what needs to change. And matter of fact, I don't know how many people have read his PhD dissertation on community development and things of that nature. The cosmology is just a basis for describing how the political structure and thing needs to materialize in the modern times, grounded in African culture and philosophy. And because it seems like in Africa, of course, we're developing these political institutions, but we're doing it based on foreign ideas and concepts. And that's what's causing the conflict, in Africa. So I wanted to kind of throw it back on you on that question in terms of the politics, from what you were able to read from Fu-Kiau's work. What is it that you've learned or picked up in terms of his approach to community development, to state development and leadership?
I think from his work now I see is like a revolution through his concept of almost like a preserving the tradition of our science healing directly. So I think now, people in his thinking from Africa, that call it the consciousness is coming back. Now they are confronting the pastors, African pastors who are what they call ordained by the Western, right? So these guys now are fighting, which means people like Elder Fu-Kiau, who is writing for me when I read it, and I see the happening. That means these people he's identifying are now emerging from different countries, coming to confront this that same vehicle which confuse our being today, because the religion, Western religion, is a confrontation with our religion, which means they came to destroy it, so that would be belong to them. So what I'm saying, that this writing help those community, because we, a lot of us, completely on the side of the white thinking. Okay, it's a lot. Okay, so this kind of writing, these books have to be in the libraries in Congo, not this in a Western country. It's got to be seriously. If we want to change this concept to go, because it's there, and sometimes we are scared. That's the fear the Western religion bring to us. So they built a fear on you to go back who you are. So it's a long road process because we've been programmed, and that program is a repetition for years and years to your brain. So and sometimes it goes into your heart. So it's a lot of us. This work for for what Elder Fu-Kiau had left us is a process like those researchers, like the brother from Cuba, to continue, keep spending it, to teach all the young generation, to be researchers of our culture. And I think that's how we will try to teach others to spend the knowledge or the awareness, voila, the awareness. Because if you go to the Congo, you've been in Congo,
No, that's one of my
you gotta
something
go.
on my to-do list. That's my bucket list, and I really wanted to. Um, Matter of fact, that's how that was part of our first conversations with Sister Bernadine,
Mhm.
because I wanted to get in contact with Fu-Kiau to
Mhm.
see if it was possible to go to the Congo and get initiated under the same elders. Like, what would you do if you wanted to learn? Like, where would you go to learn about certain things from the elders themselves in that area? And so it's always been on my to-do list. So when I go back, saying to Africa, there's several places I want to go, but
Right.
Congo is a must for me.
I will recommend you to go other places first. Go other places, then you finish with Congo.
uh,
Yeah, if you do that, then you have it because you're gonna have the feeling of the. It's like at the lake, right? You throw a rock, what goes?
uh-huh.
The rings, right?
Yes.
What? Okay, the rings go wow. So that where the ring ends, that's where you start. So you bringing the ring in back inside where you started, right? That's what I'm recommending. You go travel all Africa, wherever you're going. Then your last trip will be the Congo to end, and then from there you come back here. I think
Indeed,
that would be a
indeed.
nice. Huh?
Yes. My first, well, when I go back, my first goal is to go to Mozambique,
Mm-hmm.
because in because the situation with us in the United States, that we don't know precisely where our each individual ancestors come from. We know in general where we come from in terms of Africa.
Right,
So the technology nowadays allow us to give a general area of where our
right,
blood ancestors come from. And so on my mother's side, the DNA test states that her lineage comes from Mozambique on the
right.
Southeast African side. So I wanted to make a tour to go to Mozambique, go into South Africa, and then up through Angola, back to Congo, back to the United States. So that's my
All right,
goal.
all right.
And so I'll have to consult with you on where to go when I go,
Okay. And
to
I
Congo.
wanted to, I want to tell you that Mozambique
Yes.
and uh, and Zambia,
Hmm.
those are all of those people, Malaya, all of those Tanzania. That's a kingdom of Congo. The Congo is
Hmm.
all. You see, me one time in 1964, they have a celebration of a culture in Congo. So there was a group came from Zambia. They came,
Hmm.
but they speak English, right? When they
Uh-huh.
turn to speak the Zambian, they speak in Kikongo. We can speak,
Hmm.
we say, oh my God, before we thought they're strangers. You see?
Uh-huh.
But when they spoke the language, when they didn't speak English and they went into the language, we can understand. Then we say, man, we are same people. You see, so we are not a
Yeah.
stranger. Like Tanzania people is they're not a stranger to the king. They're part of that's the kingdom of Congo, Burundi, Rwanda, uh,
Yeah.
Central Africa, uh, what you call the south of Cameroon, Gabon.
Mhm.
Okay, so that all that's the kingdom of Congo, and the capital is Angola.
Yeah.
Angola is the capital. We all a different state, like the United States, different state.
Mhm.
All of those states have is a kingdom, but with the king. But the king of king lives in Angola.
Mm.
That's how we separate. So I'm saying if you go around, you're gonna see. Go to go to Zambia. When you get to Congo, you're gonna see the same people. And when you're gonna hear the language, you're gonna see it. Because you're gonna
Uh,
hear one the language in Congo similar to to Zambia, maybe Mozambique. Mozambique. You say Mozambique, right?
yes.
Okay, Mozambique. Mozambique. You know they have a song say they sing in Cuba, Mozambique. It's a dance, Mozambique.
Oh, it
You know
is.
that? Yeah,
No,
it's
I
a
didn't.
song. A Cuban band they play Mozambique. We danced that in the Congo long time.
Mm.
So you going. I mean, Central Africa is the heart, man. You're gonna go to the heart. Wherever you be in Malaya, wherever you're in the heart. So go
Mm.
to places you are going. Then you come to the Congo. Because the Congo is the dance. When you get to Brazzaville, Kinshasa, you want sleep. It's like a New Orleans. When I saw New Orleans, second line blew me away. Second line, oh
Yes.
man, oh boy, second line. I love second line. I go there sometimes they pass a year. If it's smallest funeral, but the big
Yeah.
funeral, oh my God! And I show them
Mm.
how we do the hours too. We do a second line. Our funeral is music to the cemetery, same. So I
Mm.
showed them. They say, "Oh, it's like a second line." Yes, second line was born in Congo, reborn in America. That's it. Yeah.
That's excellent. Excellent. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, people don't really realize like how much of African culture has been retained in Louisiana, and we didn't have the privilege in the United States to retain more because of the laws that outlawed it, like like in other places like in Cuba or
Well,
Brazil.
yeah,
But
yeah.
for someone like you who would come and see what they're doing on a normal basis, and to recognize that, is a testimony to uh, to the retentions, some of the cultural retentions that are still present in places like New Orleans, Opelousas, Baton
I want to
Rouge,
tell you
etc.
because you asking me about the dance. I forgot that Bernardine, when I started the dance company, I teach a
Yeah.
black center. I met uh, George Faison, Bernard Johnson, all of those great dancers. That's when I
Hmm.
met Avanelli. Before he died, I met him.
Hmm.
And I taught for School of Art Metro, the ballet, the first African ballet, ballet, dance ballet over Harlem. That's Art Metro, right? So but
Hmm.
I'm saying that the dance, when I came, I go to the party, I'm dancing. They say, hey, I say, so because you guys dance like us, you dance like in the Congo. You see the Congo dance is a boogie down. I do the bump. They went to a party, they see people doing the bump. Oh, the dance you talked to, they were doing at the party. I said, what they call it? Oh, the bump, you know. But that's dance from uh, uh, that movement. I took that from the tradition, the healing dance, the healing
Yes.
ceremony, because I come from that healing. I was
Hmm.
raised in that healing. So most of the song I sing is from that healing, you know.
Hmm.
So I always sing the healing song, because I was raised in the house, in the tradition, you know. So that really, uh, I told the people, we dance similar. You know,
mm,
because the Congo people, you're gonna see it. I don't want when you go there yourself, you see. You got a reggae group, all the group you got a rap group there, everything. Salsa
uh,
group, everything. There's a lot of groups there. I'm telling you. Especially Kinshasa, because Kinshasa is big, huh? It's huge,
mm,
right? That's 14 million right there. The total day 90 million.
mm,
Okay,
indeed. Well,
that's a lot of.
yes, it's a lot of history there, and
Yeah,
that I'm going to
yeah,
have to invite you back, just like Dr. Martinez-Ruiz,
yeah,
to go into more depth about
yeah.
the culture and history of Congo and even the works that you're doing. And so
And
we're coming.
I want to
Oh,
connect you with Bernadine. I haven't seen her for I don't know. I tell her that I need to connect with her.
no problem. I will do that, and hopefully she's listening and knows.
I hope she's listening.
Uh,
If you're listening, my Bernadine, hey, call it a Sompa, okay?
indeed, indeed.
My
Well,
birthday
we.
just passed. My birthday just passed.
Oh, well, happy
The
belated
20th.
birthday.
Thank you. The 25th. Last what? Last Wednesday.
Uh, and how old are you, if you don't mind telling me?
I'm 73 now,
Ooh, yes,
and I'm still
official elder.
dancing. Yeah. And I tell Bernadine, we can compete, me and her. We go down. I'll go down.
I will. I'll convey the message.
By the way, I want to tell her that Uncle Masamba, uh, we bury my uncle, the one we came together. I didn't come here, but I came with my drummer. My drummer was the later Costem Masamba. And
Mm,
his last band he played was Oludara. They even record albums with Oludara. So he passed
mm,
last year, no, this year, in February. So
mm,
she knows him, Tamasamba. So I wanted you to know. I know she knows. I'm just letting her know that
mhm,
it was really nice. He had a nice well go to the ancestors. So
mm.
and he's in peace, really in peace. So I just
Respect,
wanted
I
to
say, yeah. Um, so yes, I just wanted to again thank you for coming on and sharing your wisdom and history, with us and your relationship with Fukiao and the importance of his work, and especially at last minute. And so it has been an honor to have you on and to converse. And I want to just offline converse with you about some certain things about the culture, just for my own curiosity and studies. And so I'll be contacting you regularly if you don't mind.
no problem.
Um, but just as a last thing, what else do you want us to know about Fukiao, his work impact, and or just about you know Congo culture in general that that we should consider and want to learn more about?
Right. I think he gives us an opportunity to learn more. Those are doors that you open for us. There's a lot to gain if we explore and experience our own culture in the sense that our mystical healing. That's
Mm,
a special science for us to know about it and even to develop that to take to a different level. That's why I was saying. Remember, I say that all those power they got now let's use it as a weapon to protect.
mm,
You know what I mean? You
yeah.
don't have to use a gun if you can use it the mystical way. Why not? So let's do it. That's what I'm saying. If the Dogon can go read the stars if they have that power to go there. So let's use that power to protect
Exactly.
ourselves. That's it. And so it's a
Indeed.
lot of. I don't want us to limit it ourselves, and especially, I say all the time, African people, we are people belong to other people's culture, science, belong never to ourselves. So
Mm,
Elder Foucault give us an opportunity to know that we got ours, which will really protect us more and be more strong because we be living in ourselves.
mm.
See, so that's what I can say. Love, especially like she say. The brother was talking about the word love,
Yeah.
Luzolo.
Mm,
Luzolo, this is the weapon the African people in the diaspora, we forgetting Luzolo, that love, which means putting our mind together, that mind of unity, of trusting one another. And if we
mm,
can build on that, that's a weapon, more strong than money can buy.
mm,
So that's the way it is. Love, unity. From there, we can branch it to make things change. But that unity first. We have to stop. Black Lives Matters, but then we're killing ourselves, each other. So I don't know which one we're gonna take. Black Lives Matters or killing
mm,
each other.
mm,
So we kind of caught up in the middle. Now, if we use the real healing, we can cure that, right?
mm.
Now, if
Yeah.
we just use the European church mind, where are they now? Where the black churches? When we fighting this racism thing, where are they? They're not there even to heal those who are killing each other. They're not
Mm,
there to respond. So let's go to the healing of ancestors, because there we can make magic. Things can happen if these healers come together.
mm.
That
Indeed.
one I know. You know, do you know that the leaders of Africa, those dictators, they go get those nganga, put them together, they put it the stuff they eat, drink it. That's how
Mm,
they do. Why they go get those nganga? Because they believe in that power. That power make them stay there.
mm.
Yeah. All those dictators, that's why they drink their blood. Okay, that power we're talking about, you have a satanic and a healing, is a balance. The two go
Yes.
together. So you have to make a choice. If you're going to kill somebody, you're going to be bad with somebody making that choice. So the healing, the mysticism is the same thing. When the Ganga have the bag, he have to have a certain herbs to regroup the spirit to be in that bag. If that herb is
Mm,
not there, brother, it's empty, that bag.
mm.
You understand? So those they
Yes.
call a charlatan. They can talk because they ask you, what can I do for you? That's no
Mm,
good Nganga. The Nganga, when you come, they already tell you why you came to see them. That's a real Nganga. You hear me?
yes.
So that's what we're talking about. Love, love, love. No love, no nothing. Because we don't have a love now. We don't have a acknowledgement to each other. We don't have
Mm-hmm.
no more love that we used to have as people. We are community people. You know?
Mm-hmm.
When we go back to who we are community. We care for each other. Remember, you were talking about the brothers. We're talking about uh, uh, in our concept of love. Nobody goes on hungry because we eat it together. If you didn't get it today, tomorrow you get it. Maybe I don't get it today, you got it tomorrow. So
Mm-hmm.
nobody goes hungry. That's love, because you're thinking about the other one. You're not just thinking about you. But when we went to the white church, we learned about me, 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 me. That's what it
Mm-hmm.
is. When you become a me, me, you can't build something in me, me, me. One finger
Mm-hmm.
cannot play the drum. One finger. You make a note, but you can't play the drum with one finger. You need all the finger to make it a rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
So
Indeed.
those are metaphor, African metaphor. So you use those, then you make things happen. That's where we are. So I thank you for you younger generation acknowledging the elders like Papa Fu-Kiau is important, but we should do it early. All those who we know doing something, take off your heart for them. Give them that love when they're still alive. Because that's what I'm talking about, that love. Love, remembering is a love. When you remember somebody because you love them. You say, oh, gee. Like now, old days, you go to Africa, you don't call to go to see uncle. You just pop up. And they say, oh, man, I was thinking about you 2 days ago. You pop up. Then the surprise is a welcoming. Oh, joy. You see the person you were thinking about. They just show up. I just thought about you. Oh. So nowadays you have to call. Right? You have to call. Oh, no, man, I'm okay. So
Well,
I said,
thank
my
you,
brother.
thank
Oh,
you again.
Matondo. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see. Thank you.
Okay, let me play something for you before we go.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, I have my younger learner here. Yeah. Go. Hey, the brother from Cuba is still there?
Yes.
My brother, send me your information. Give them to him.
I will. I'll make sure that I do. All right. Respect. Hold on 1 second. I'm a add. I don't know if he wants to say something directly to you, but Dr. Babaro.
Hey, Peter.
Dr. Babaro. Hey.
Hey. Entóndele, Mpangi, ¿eh? Entóndele.
Matondo mamingi.
Ya, toma sala que bote, ¿eh?
Hey, me no solo nje Cuba. I wanted to go to Cuba.
Batu kaka.
Huh? Bonga mwatu address ya meno ya munu kwe mwana wa beto, eh?
Engeta.
Abonga address me ku New Orleans njina. Ambonge kwewe.
Ajanga lele.
Nge kwewe na ancha gata zakala. Chochi kalari. I said, what city you live?
Oxford.
Texas?
Oxford.
He's in London. He's in the UK.
Oh,
so he's across the water.
Oh, you in the UK? Okay. That's not far. You can come. You come to New Orleans, okay, next year.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Next year, we're gonna give me your information. Send it. I'm gonna get it from him. Then we'll be We be writing. I'll be talking to you. Okay?
Thank you.
We're gonna do
All
like
right.
that. Okay, Matondo, Mamingi,
Matondo,
Matondo, Mamingi.
masala Kimbwandende, eh?
All right.
Mbote. Nene Kiambote.
All
Bon
righty.
papa, c'est bon, hein? Allez, merci.
All righty. Peace. Thank you again. Uh, and so that was a very enlightening and exciting interview with the elder. And so I hope everyone is still with us and that you are enjoying the conversation. And so we have one more guest on this conference today, and that is our good brother Charles Danny, as many people call him, Dawson, and he is on the panel. And I'm going to bring him in now.
Well, thank
so
you.
hopefully you can see me and everything's good. I can hear you, so I can see you well. Thank you for joining us.
I'm honored. Are you serious? And old friend, so to see him here and hear him, just see that joy that he always had too, because he's again inspirational in terms of supporting Congo culture in the Americas. So I mean, everybody we've had on has been there, so it's just been great to be there. And also, it's inspirational again just to remember how powerful Congolese culture is, and how much we live it every day and don't even know it. So.
Indeed.
Clifton Chenier is actually your cousin? Or,
yeah.
Thank you. You need that. You should put that on your shirt.
I will.
I worked in Opelousas too.
I'm sorry?
Worked in Opelousas too, where a lot of Zydeco comes from too. So.
Yes. So, I want to, first and foremost, thank you again, not only just for coming, on the program, but even getting me in contact with some of the other individuals. One who made it, Dr. Martinez-Ruiz, of course, and some others who couldn't make it but wanted to be here in spirit. So I did actually get a correspondence from brother Tata Alex, and so he explained the situation. So, but he was originally supposed to be here as well.
We could do something in the future, but he and Manuela, really close friends of Fu-Kiau. He lived at their house when he came to New York, named their children. So they're privy to incredible information. And I can tell you some stories about him and his Tata with Fu-Kiau. So, just
indeed. And so this has been a very powerful program, and you are very instrumental in this, happening here today. So I just wanted to say thank you again and acknowledge you for that. But before we get into, some of the deeper questions, I just, want to, or would like for you to kind of, reintroduce yourself, where you're from, and, how you got into what you're into, and then we can get into how you were introduced into the works of Fu-Kiau and Fu-Kiau himself.
Okay. So, again, it's Daniel Dawson, and I was born in California, but I told my mother at 2 months old to take me out of here. I don't want to be in California. So we went to Jamaica. I grew up in Jamaica and Cayman. It's a tiny little island called Cayman. And then we moved back to New York and lived with my grandparents in Bedford Hills, New York. Then I grew up in the American South, which is Newark, New Jersey, which is actually a southern town in the north. So, I mean, that's my kind of United Statesian background. But I was just thinking about the introduction to understanding Congolese culture, and it's always been there. And Bernadine is really important for that too. She's important. She's one of the most important figures for Congolese dance in the United States. She and Titos and Coster. You had the picture of Coster. When you had the picture of Bernadine, she was in the corner of the photograph. The center of the photograph was Coster. That's who came with Titos when they first came. and they changed the kind of music in the United States, because everybody who was interested in African culture, African drumming, was talking about Guinea culture because of the National Ballet of Guinea, which was the first African company to come and tour the United States, and was very, very, very influential too. Although there were a few people before them who did dance and stuff from Ivory Coast and from Ghana, but the one that had the biggest impact was Guinea, and that's why everybody plays djembe in the United States. But then after that comes Titos and Coster, and that's when they bring a Congolese music, a Congolese traditional drumming to the United States. But what's so funny, everybody knows specific African drumming, and they recognize it, but when they hear Congolese drumming, they hear the funk. They understand the funky nature of Congolese culture and Congolese music. And it's throughout the Americas too. In fact, it's really appropriate that Tito is living in New Orleans, because New Orleans, the name for the cultural home in New Orleans is La Place Congo. It's normally known as Congo Square. And the reason they do it is because they called it that because the majority of people who gathered on those Sundays to play were Congolese. And that becomes a hotbed of musical tradition. And out of that comes rock and roll and rhythm and blues and jazz. Those traditions are coming really based on a Congo foundation. But it's the United States, but it's also true for almost all the Americas too. So when my introduction to Congolese culture is actually coming from quite a few friends, but it's coming from growing up in the Americas. Growing up in the United States, you're surrounded by Congolese culture. You just don't know it's there, and you actually see it. When you talk about the Americas, almost all the national musics in the Americas are Congolese based. The music of Peru is Landu. The music of Colombia is cumbia. The music of Uruguay and Argentina is tango. The music of Brazil is samba. The music of Cuba is rumba. Every single one of those is a Congo word. I mean, that's incredible. You can't even escape it, because in the formative years of the Americas, the majority of Africans in the Americas were Central African. They were Congolese based. So you end up with all these Congo words in the culture, all these Congo practices in the music and dance, particularly the music and dance. So if you grew up in the Americas, you grew up knowing some Congo-rooted music and dance. You don't even have choice. Even with Tito's playing the mbira or the sanza, it's funny because if you listen to Brazilian guitar lines, they sound really familiar. The reason they sound familiar is because really are their transposed sanza lines. So the sanza used to be played in Brazil, but when it died out, those same kind of musical sensibility that played the sanza switched to a guitar. So when you hear the Brazilian guitar lines, you're really hearing Central African sanza musical lines. So I mean, there's still a look. You don't even have the instrument, but you have the sensibility. So that's what's one of the really important things about understanding the Congolese culture too, that you might not have the physical artifact, but you have the sensibility that created that artifact in the first place. So it goes to another instrument. So you still have the sensibility. I mean, it's incredible. But that's my kind of general understanding of Congolese culture. Just growing up in it, number one. Growing up in Jamaica, where Congolese culture is also strong, although they talk about Ghana a lot. But cumbia and buru and some of the other musical forms of Jamaica are really based in the Congo. They're not. In fact, that's where Fu-Kiau did some of his work with Ken Bilby when they did the book on cumbia. So again, it's hidden beneath other cultures, but the Bakongo and Central Africans were really one of the first to come to the Americas and the last to come to the Americas. So the overlay of Yoruba culture, the overlay of Dahomian culture, it's overlaid on Congolese culture. So beneath that, when you start the service to go down deeper, beneath it you have Congolese culture in the Americas too. So, I mean, it's crazy, particularly in places like Cuba and Brazil, where that's what's so interesting about Tata Dr. Barbaro Martinez-Ruiz, who is one of the premier scholars. Also, I just want to say something about Barbaro. You're talking about a modest individual. Barbaro was one of the heroes of the salvation of South Africa, the saving of South Africa with the troops. He was one of the heroes of the battle in Angola that defeated South Africa, and he was given like a national award from Cuba for the battle. But he and another artist who were there at that time, Jose Bedia, they both actually studied the culture while they were there. So Barbaro has been in and out of Angola and that part of Africa for decades. But also he established an institution in Angola that studies Congolese culture. And the institution has done incredible work in all kinds of fields, botanical fields, but also in time of archaeology. So he's discovered all these unknown sites of the Bantu migration, all those unknown sites of petroglyphs or writing in Congolese style on rocks throughout the Congo. The incredible work that's been doing in the Congo for decades too, and supporting a Congo research team that's always there too. Again, you're really lucky to have some of the people you had on today too. So, I mean, it's in general, and it's really funny because behind me is this map, the diaspora map put together by Marta Moreno Vega, who used to run the Caribbean Culture Center. She was the founder director of the Caribbean Culture Center, African Diaspora Institute. And I always tell my students, you know, everybody uses the so-called deficit model when they talk about Africans coming to the Americas. Those poor Africans, they were enslaved. They couldn't bring their material culture. Nobody came to the Americas with their material culture. Everybody brought something with them. But the thing they brought most, and most importantly, was their minds. And you think of every single one of those enslaved Africans, they brought their minds. And every single one of those minds had traditions, history, cultures, philosophy, ways of approaching the world. And we see that continuously. And there's so much in terms of that I've learned from Fu-Kiau. One was like, in fact, I do this kind of reverse engineering of ideas. I would take what I know, what we do in the Americas, how we do it, and then see if there's a term for it in an African culture or an African language too. And I was talking about to Fu-Kiau about capoeira once, and we're just talking about, you know, capoeira doesn't have any blocks because they don't block because you always move away from force. You don't integrate with force. And he gave me a saying in Kikongo. He said, "In komi ye and komi bunzimbu." That's fist against fist or force against force is irrational. But you see it played out everywhere in the Americas, whether it's United States, you know, Cuban boxing, whether it's United States football or basketball, or whether it's Brazilian soccer or Brazilian football. Those principles are the same principles. So philosophically, Central Africa has informed everything we do in the athletic arena too, but nobody's giving a credit to that. So we end up playing a game in a kind of Congolese manner. You see, Brazilians are they're hip about it because Brazilians know that their football, their soccer actually comes out of African-based dance, samba, and it comes out of capoeira, an African-based martial art that's also Central African. So there's some writers in Brazil who've talked about that. Marco Aurelio Luz has talked about it in his book Aguadá. He talks about the noble British sport and Black Brazilian music and capoeira. So he understands that the change in terms of soccer, international soccer in Brazil is coming from African-based philosophy. No, but in the United States, we are not that sophisticated. We think of the kind of African contribution as being some kind of aberration to the way it should be done by Europeans. That's just my background in terms of talking about Central African tradition. But if you think about the incredible importance of music in the Americas and the importance of Congolese ideas and culture in terms of music. In fact, Fu-Kiau did an article on that. It's called Drumming, Dancing, and Singing, which I quote all the time. In fact, I quoted it in a paper I did called Treasure in the Terror, the African Cultural Heritage of the Americas. And in fact, I just sent you a copy of it. So if there are any of the people who subscribe to this talk, if you want, you can just send them the PDF of it too. So
I appreciate it. We'll do.
It talks a lot about the quilombos and palenques, but a lot about the musical forms, and they're basically Central African based, and that's not surprising because the majority of Africans who came here were Central African too. So
you remind me, for the listeners and watchers out there, there is a text that expands on what Professor Dawson is saying, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it, and that is the Bantu-speaking heritage of the United States, Afro-American Culture and Society, by Winifred K. Voss.
Yeah, and Holloway, Joseph Holloway.
Yeah, and Joseph Holloway's Africanisms in American Culture has, even though he's the editor of that work, and there's several different scholars who contributed. Robert Ferris Thompson is one, and he talks about the Congo cultural elements in African American culture. And so both of those works are good foundational works in terms of scholarship on just how impeding. I'm sorry?
Voss is also in that issue, in that volume.
Yes. And so, and make sure if y'all get the Africanisms in American Culture, that you get the second edition. There's two editions. So if you see the first one, get the second one. So that's the latest one.
Also,
go ahead.
If you can pick up Barbaro's book too.
Yeah.
Congographic writing and other narratives of the sign, because that's a kind of extension of some of those ideas of the body language too. Because I always ask my students, how many of you speak an African language? You know, a few, because there might be African students in the class, raise their hand, you know. And then I said, no, everybody here speaks an African language. If you're in the States or in the Americas, you speak an African language. With our body, everything we do, we know, you know, in terms of black gesture, is codified in Congo language. So if I do this, suck my teeth. In Jamaica, we call it suck tooth cut eye. You know, in Brazil, in Congo, it's called nunsa. You know, and it's kind of a sign of disdain. But even right down to the feeling happy, you know, raising your hands above your head, like, you know, that term it's called yangalala. And in Congo, it means a spiritual ecstasy. The exact reason it's used in the Pentecostal church or in the evangelical churches. But it's Congo body language we all talk, we all know. So, influence is always there, whether it's invisible. The problem, it's been invisible until scholars like Thompson was actually the first to start validating Congo culture, because in academia, the culture that normally was proposed for the Americans was Yoruba culture, only because later, and they seem much more attached to the kind of Yoruba ideals of the models in Africa. But the Congo culture was one we were already living, already participating in. And nobody seemed to know that it was African too, because it had become a popular culture in the Americas. Just like if you ask anybody in the Americas, what's your national music? And most likely the music they tell you will be Congo-based. But they won't as their African-based music. They think of it as national music. They don't think, oh, this is part of how we are African or how our culture is African. They think, oh, no, this is part of the music that I grew up with. You know, so it's in that sense too.
Indeed. And you remind me of the poses. Well, there's two aspects I want to, discuss. And that is, like if we take the argument from Dr. Ernie Smith, who is a linguist out of California, who argues that Ebonics is an African language and that it's not English, because, on two levels, there's one in terms of the grammar and then of the phonology of how we speak. And so you have to consider it that way, even though we borrowed most of all the words from English. The grammar and the phonology is still, African based. And then I'm sorry?
Mervyn Elaine from Jamaica has written about the same thing too. He's a Creole from Jamaica, but he thinks that the Creoles are basically African languages.
Yes. And the poses that you say, and so, Robert Ferris Thompson in the Africanisms in American culture talks about, I forgot what you call it. It's like the Pakakala pose.
Or arms akimbo.
Yes, arms akimbo, yes. And how it's a challenge pose. And so you see the sisters do this a lot, and especially, when it comes to like with cheerleading and stuff, like that stuff comes from
the cheerleading, a different pose. It's called Talemba Lingwingala.
Yes.
And hand on hip, the right hand up raised.
Yes, and that's for the stop. But the one that I'm talking about is the one like where they like would challenge somebody in the dance. It's like a challenge. And so like it survives in early hip hop culture, because that's what we used to do. Like if because I used to break and stuff like this. So if we was coming to have a freestyle battle, or if we were breaking the whatnot, we would pose like this, and then we would do like this, and then go into the dances that we would do, and saying so that it survives still in that context.
So the book by Thompson on that is called 4 Moments of the Sun, and then in that section in Africanism in American culture, and then Barbaro's book. Barbaro is actually an expansion of those ideas, because he nuanced all those signs can be nuanced by the way your hands are, where your fingers are, and that kind of thing. So you can change it. Pakalala or arms akimbo is actually the same pose, and It comes out of a woman's warrior society too, which a woman wrestler, and it literally means I challenge you. That's what you do. You tell another opponent you're going to challenge them. You put your hand.
Yep.
But the funny thing again is throughout the Americas, this is part of the model, is that we know the posture, we know what it means, but we've lost the term and we lost where it came from. But
Exactly.
we've lost the language. We know what it means. We know, when someone puts their hands on, as a kid in the United States or anywhere in the Caribbean, you could not put your hands on your hips around adults. Wow.
Yeah.
We didn't know, we didn't call it a pakalala. In Jamaica, they call it kimbo. Take your hands off your kimbo. But we don't use the term akimbo or a pakalala in the United States, but we know that it means I challenge you. And so you could not do that around an adult.
Yeah.
So we're using a Congo-based body language. We don't even know it's from the Congo. We know what it means, and we know how to use it when we use it properly and when we don't use it properly. So I mean, but there's a whole lecture I do called on the Congo called The Invisible Empire.
All right.
So it has so constructed how we live, how we conduct ourselves in the Americas, but we don't there. It's invisible, but we're living it every day. Just the fact that when we talk about that athletic engagement, we use these Congolese ideas, but we don't know that they're Congolese ideas, but we know the ideas. When we see them, we know what they mean. We know exactly what you're doing. The fact that your movement should be danced, that's an African American contribution, basically a Central African contribution to athletics in the Americas. That your athletics are danced. Whether you're in Cuba or whether you're in Brazil or whether you're in the United States, it's the same principles are there. And we recognize it, but we didn't have a term for it. We didn't know that it meant that. We didn't know that we were using some kind of superior philosophizing about interaction in the athletic arena. And this philosophizing is coming out of African-based ideas. That's why I said it was a map in back of me. Think of every single one of those bodies of someone who was enslaved bringing their minds, and every single one of them bringing culture and philosophy and traditions that we still live. Those traditions didn't disappear. And who determined in the Americas when we stopped being African?
Exactly.
How they say, no, that's from Brazil. How they say it's Brazilian? When do they say it's African? In Brazil. And in fact, if you look at Africans are the only ones where that's a challenge. If someone from India or someone from China did something in their own culture in the Americas, no one would say it wasn't Chinese or wasn't Indian. It's only people that they say wasn't African.
Yeah.
There's a political reason, because you can't have Africans coming and bringing culture and civilization, because that enslaved civilized people. Same with the Native Americans. You can't talk about great American civilizations, great Native civilization, because it means that you as a Euro-American destroyed civilization. It changes what you look at as pioneering. Your pioneering is destroying civilization. You can't let them be civilized. You can't let us be cultured. But that's not some kind of it's not trapped in time. That's still now. That's right now. That contest of going on is still going on. It's not lost anywhere too. And we're engaged in a whole arena where we have to address Eurocentrism and white supremacy as international philosophies that are not dead. They're blooming. And how do we address that? And part of if you start talking about African culture or Native American civilization, then that's an attack on Euro-American civilization. That's an attack on their history, the kind of history they've projected. And it's not even history, the kind of lie that they've propagandized the planet with. So the minute you start saying that Africans were civilized and they came here bringing philosophy, all of a sudden people who enslaved them weren't civilized. There's a kind of flip that the consequence to acknowledging that we brought culture and civilization is great. It's not just, Africans did have culture. It changes the paradigm. It changes the way we talk about who we are and who Euro-Americans are too. So it's not like a simple game. If we're successful in that, we've overthrown the kind of Eurocentric idea and a white supremacist idea. So that's why the resistance is always there, no matter how liberal or thoughtful the person might be. They're still afraid of having that paradigm zone overthrown. Anyway, that's a tangent, but
a good tangent. I just want to, before we move on, first acknowledge the donation from Perspective. Thank you for your contribution. And he states, he's out of Congo. Congo equals iron. Also, with it, we have the beautiful instrument Papa Tito played, Likimbe, in Bira in the south, Kalimba With love, we created magic.
All these other names, you know.
You know.
Yeah, but it's so funny.
Yeah.
There's there's an interesting work by Gerhard Kubik, who's
Uh-huh.
he's an Austrian musicologist who's lived in Africa most of his life. You know, he worked in Malawi a lot too, and he said he did a beautiful book too called Africa and the Blues. You know, which is just he said whenever you talk about music in the American and it says origin unknown, he said a red flag should go up and you should get an African dictionary. You know, usually where these things come from too. You know, but again, he's pointed out in things like the drum might have been outlawed in certain areas of the United States, but the instrument is not the point. The sensibility is the point. The culture validates the instrument, not the other way around. So
exactly.
That drum can be outlawed and can jump back in African American culture so quickly, because the way we walk down the street, the rhythm of our speech, all these aspects are still validating the drum. So the drum, an object might disappear, but not the sensibility that made it there. That's why in Cuba, you get a rumba and people won't have the instrument, they start playing the door and the table. Drum doesn't mean anything. The door is the bass drum. If you think of it as a membrane, you know, so I mean, it's that's kind of creative sensibility that goes into making jazz, that made it the kind of drum kit in jazz is coming out of Central African, or just coming out of African ideas about music and how we compose music. Anyway.
Yeah, and from a linguistic perspective, there's a phenomenon that we call a semantics, and a semantics has to deal with the way that a population creates words and maps it to certain meanings. And although we have lost many of the words in the United States for concepts, whatever we replaced it with, we still kept the same semantics. And so an example that I always use is that, you know, for a lot of West African languages, to defeat someone is to eat them.
Right.
Like they've been eaten. And like I can recall just in my days when I used to run track in high school, we would always tease each other. You know, of course, you know, we all believe that we're the fastest. And if we beat them, we would say, you know, I ate you up on that track, or you got ate up on that track. And so while we don't have the word G, you know, to eat, you know, in our language, you know, and that's dia in Congo, and so, you know, Jid is, you know, same in our country. Even though we don't have that word, you know, what word that we known to mean to eat, we still use that same word
you still have that
for that exactly. And so
I ate you alive, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, it's really funny how we still live these African ideas, but we don't know that they're African.
Exactly.
You're using it from a linguistic point of view. I'm trying to do it from a kind of cultural point of view too. But again,
it's all the same.
But also, there's a whole problem. I tell people, you know, when again the deficit model prevents you from thinking that Africans are somehow different. If you bring 10,000 Africans and drop them off in a certain location in the Americas, what can they be but Africans in a new location? The determinant is, when do they stop being African?
Yeah.
When do they decide? If they decided themselves, or who decided that? The political pressures that want them to not be African and don't want them to be constantly African. But who decided that the context? Who decided when they were African and when they weren't African? You know, so.
Exactly. Well, I know that you have some images that you wanted to show.
Sure, but let me just talk a little bit about how I met Fu-Kiau too.
Okay, go ahead.
I was introduced to Fu-Kiau by the works of Robert Ferris Thompson. And so Thompson is really interesting. Again, that's who Titos was talking about, this white scholar at Yale who spoke Kikongo. But he's the one who kind of broke through the kind of Yoruba-centric focus in terms of African studies and started talking about Central Africa. He was the first one to start doing that too. And Thompson, in his book, he has a few books where he has large African sections. One is one large Congolese section. One is called A Flash of the Spirit. Chapter 2 is about the Bakongo. And another one is called 4 Moments of the Sun, Congo Funerary Art. And he outlines much of the context we're talking about, and the body language is from that book too. But he was the one who introduced me to the works of Fu-Kiau. So I knew about the works of Fu-Kiau through the works of Thompson and tried to find it. And then another friend, he's actually a Babalo, Carl Johnson. He was a professor at Manhattan Community College teaching political science. And he called one day, he's also a Tata in Palo. And he called one day and he said, I have a friend who works in Boston and is a poet. And they were talking about another poet they met who's a Congolese poet. Maybe you'd like to be interested in him. Maybe you know about him. And he said, yeah, they said that poet's name is Fu-Kiau. I said, oh my God. So he said, we found him. So Carl got his number. We called him. We started talking to him. He was, Fu-Kiau, he was incredibly patient, but he was also really compassionate and really just one of the kindest people on the planet. So it's just people call him out of the blue. He's just happy somebody wants to talk to him about Congolese culture, So he will talk to and engage you. So after talking to him for a long time, we tried to bring him into town to do some lectures. And I brought him to the Caribbean Culture Center where I was working. This is Marta Vegas. It's the Caribbean Culture Center African Diaspora Institute. And we did a whole series of lectures of him there. And a lot of those series you can still find on the web. We taped everything we did with Fu-Kiau there, and they were put on the web too. But that was Fu-Kiau's introduction to New York. I think that's how Bernadine met him too. I think she met him at one of the lectures at the Caribbean Culture Center. But it was his first New York City talk, but it was also kind of revolutionizing everything for everybody in the United States, because everybody had been Yoruba-centric or Guinea-centric, or West Africa-centric. And Fu-Kiau was the first Central African. And the problem is with Central African stuff, is when you hear about it, you recognize it. It's not, they don't have to force it. And that's how we grew up in the South. That's how we grew up in the Caribbean. That's how, those ideas that he's talking about, you remember. So it's not far too. But also a lot of the kind of Congolese culture, I would take Fu-Kiau around and introduce him to things in the Americas too. And I introduced him to my godfather in Palo, who was Felipe Garcia Villamil. And he gets to Felipe's house, and it's like they know each other. I also did it to took it to Alex. Alex took him to meet his godfather, and it's really funny. His godfather is one of the oldest in the terms of the line of Palo Mayombe. Actually, the line of Palo that comes out of where Fu-Kiau is from, and it ends up Fu-Kiau went to the place. They said, I knew everything they were talking about. I knew when I saw them. I knew who they were. I knew where we were. It was like old people meeting each other too. So incredible. But Fu-Kiau was incredibly he was like the resource that reinforced ideas that people already had. He helped them understand the direct links to the Congo. They knew it was Congo because they're practicing Palo. They're practicing a Congo religion, but he and because of his love for linguistics, he helped them understand the deeper meaning of the things they were talking about. And the one to really talk to you about that is Alex. Because Alex is really well versed in the mambos, the terms that are the sayings are the important sayings that from the Congo that are also are songs, but they also can be insults. But the whole idea of getting together and getting together and arguing with rhyme, that comes directly out of the Congo. It comes out of the law courts of the Congo. Those things are called mambo. That's where we get the word mambo from in the dancing. I just want to mention something else too. That we were talking Fu-Kiau's kind of political orientation too. Mbongi too. But there's another book he had been working on called Africa, the Upside Down Sailing Ship, and how he's talking about if you flip Africa as a continent and you flip it upside as a graphic, it looks like it's a boat upside down with a sail. So but he was using that as a metaphor for the kind of corrupt politics and backward politics of Africa, and he was talking about using the cultural ideas as a kind of remedy for those problems in contemporary Africa too. So it's just incredible ideas that keep going on too. Anyway. Can you remind me how I'll get to those images? Because Fu-Kiau he met Miguel Garçon, who was Alex's godfather. He met my godfather, who was Felipe Garcia Villamil. But both Paleros, both Congo, both Tatas from Cuba, practicing Congo tradition. But Fu-Kiau also went to Brazil, and I have a whole series of photographs from when we went to Brazil. If I can remember how to get to them, if you can show me, I should go to share screen.
All right. Yes. So at the bottom, you should see share screen.
You go.
And you're going to share your entire screen. So you're going to click that icon, and then the blue share button should appear.
Okay.
And I will have to, okay, I see it now. So let me reduce that. And then I'm going to add your page. So, and I'm gonna make it full screen. So when you go to your your images folder, remember to reduce or minimize your Chrome browser. And
push hide?
Yeah, you can press hide for that.
Okay.
And minimize your Chrome browser.
Because I push hide, nothing happened here.
No, it's just going to hide that little bar. But so when you click on the images that you're going to share, remember that you got to expand.
There you go. Can you see that on full screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're good to go.
This is Dr. Fu-Kiau in Bahia, Brazil. And he always wanted, in fact, he wanted to go to Haiti, he wanted to go to Cuba, and he wanted to go to Brazil. But because of Willard Taylor and Cobra Mansa, a capoeira master, capoeira Angola master, he was able to go to Brazil. They paid for his trip there to come down and lecture for them too. But this is Fu-Kiau at the house we stayed in, one of the places we lived in Bahia. And it's the home of Jiba Conceição on the right, who's one of the top percussionists in Bahia. And in the middle is Ineda Sanchez, who's a brilliant artist, translator, curator. She lives in Sao Paulo now. She's not in Bahia anymore. And then Fu-Kiau on the left. But this is on their porch. And actually, in back of it is actually a park. We're in the middle of the city, but it looks like you're in the forest because that's how the park was developed until the real religion of Brazil took over and they chopped up part of the park to make a soccer field. So they butchered the park and they made a soccer field. But this was Fu-Kiau. We were living there, and he was this was him getting ready to go out and do some talks in Brazil. Again, Jai Moura on the left is the first person to write seriously, to do films seriously about capoeira in Brazil. He was a student of Mestre Bimba, Fu-Kiau in the middle, and on the right is Valgina, Makota Valgina Pinto. I just received email yesterday about her. She died last year. She was Fu-Kiau's closest friend in Brazil. If you look around her neck, there's a silver Dikenga, a silver Congo cross. You know, but she was a Makota in a Candomblé Angola house, and she spoke Kikongo. And she was one of the people who revived Bantu culture in Brazil. Because again, Brazil, when you talk about African culture, they will always point you to the Yoruba model. And she started talking about, no, samba, capoeira, mukeke, muleki, the food we eat is all has Congolese name. The country has a Congolese base, but we have a Yoruba overlay. She's the one who started defending that Congo base and bringing it out the culture too. And Fu-Kiau referred to it as a Simbi. So Simbi is an ancestor who's a good ancestor who's died, who's come back as a spirit to help you. And he decided, he called her a Simbi because she was so incredibly powerful. She was a brilliant, brilliant woman. They just named the school after her in Salvador, Bahia. A huge, beautiful new school. She was also a teacher, but she was also an officiant in the Candomblé Angola house. This is Fu-Kiau lecturing with Ineda translating for him. Ineda was so brilliant at translating, sometimes she would get into a zone and it would be like she was Fu-Kiau speaking. So it was, incredibly powerful, incredibly beautiful too. But this was in the school of Fundação International de Capoeira Angola. So it's a place, a school of Capoeira Angola, the foundation for Capoeira Angola. It was at their school, and Fu-Kiau's lecturing for them. But you see this intensity of the audience when you look at them too. Just look at the audience. Valgina is right in the center.
Yeah.
But in fact, if you can get anybody in Brazil to pay attention more than a second without sleeping or dancing, you know, it's really a major accomplishment. He was just, you know, again, but it's the same problem in terms of Brazil, is when they hear what he says, they realize they already know it. They live it every day. It has not been put in a historical or a cultural context. That what they live every day comes from specific African cultures, and they can understand it and they can trace it. The religious norm in terms of Brazil would be the Candomblé, Ketu Candomblé Nago, the Yoruba model. But everything else they do, the way they cook, the way they walk, the way they do samba, is all Central Africa. It's not Yoruba. Again, you can see the rapt attention of the audience. The woman in a white shirt sitting next to Valgina, Myra, I can't remember her last name. She was an Israeli scholar. She had done her doctorate in political science. And she was also doing capoeira. And she's the one who brought Fu-Kiau to Israel. When Fu-Kiau toured Israel, he went there to lecture for her organization. But everybody there is like a political leader or a artistic leader in the black community in Brazil, or in Bahia. This is Valgina and Fu-Kiau and Ken Dawson, Dr. Kenneth Dawson. Ken is the one who introduced me to Valgina. And it's really funny because one day we had gone to a folkloric show at the cultural center in Bahia. And we had mistakenly gotten on the wrong bus. We thought we were going back to the city to go to our hotels, but they were really going to a luncheon at the governor's mansion. So we ate better than we have ever eaten in life, but we were also interlopers in the trip. But Ken introduced me on that bus trip. And so Valgina asked me, what do you think of the show? I said, I thought it was great. It was, really incredible. She said, yeah, it's folklore. That's not the real culture. And then she pointed to Cobra Mansa, the same one who brought Fu-Kiau down later. She went to Cobra Mansa and said, that's capoeira. That's the real capoeira. So it made it real clear that there is a kind of African culture that Brazil is sending. And then there's a real African culture that the Brazilians themselves are appreciating, that Afro-Brazilians know about. And she was one of the officiates of that, and she was one of the determiners of that, and she was one of the keepers of that flame. She was one of the people who did that. It's funny, though, because when we talk about the dance cumbia means to carry a heavy weight. Like the word macumba means means the great way. Ma is an amplifier. Kumba means the way or flow. Cumbia means to move like that. And cumbia means to move or flow like a river, but it also means to carry a heavy weight. That heavy weight can be knowledge. It can be cultural knowledge. It can be the knowledge of a civilization. Well, Valgina was the one who did that cumbia there. She's the one who carried that heavy knowledge for Brazil and for Bantu culture in Bahia. And her and Fu-Kiau and Dr. Dawson. Ken did his dissertation on capoeira Angola. And capoeira as an African-based language. And he used the terms from Fu-Kiau and from a conference we did called Dancing Between Two Worlds, Congo-Angola culture and the Americas. Because we learned from Fu-Kiau, when you do a cartwheel, or in capoeira Angola they call it an au, you're actually dancing in the world of the ancestors. When you do that cartwheel, so that's why the term came from dancing between two worlds. But the worlds was just Africa and the Americas, but our worlds were also the worlds of the living, that Ku Nseki, and the worlds of the dead, Ku Mpemba. So every time you do an owl, you're communicating with the world of the dead. You're doing that cartwheel, it's the world of the dead. But we learned that from Fu-Kiau, and we learned that also from Valgina, from her understanding of that. Fu-Kiau doing what he really does best, teaching, with his passport in his pocket. This is the woman who took care of a garden that we're in. That little house they're in is above a garden that you'll see here, because Valgina ran this sacred park right in back of this garden that they'll call Samba Salomeo. It was a park put together for people of Candomblé. And when you realize that Candomblé was broken into nations to determine which Candomblé it was, because the word Candomblé itself is not Yoruba. The word Candomblé is Kikongo. So it means that there's an older tradition there that's Central African, that there's a Yoruba overlay, a Dahomian overlay, and so you have to make these designations so you know which one you're talking about. The Central African ones are Candomblé Angola, Candomblé Caboclo. The Yoruba ones are called Candomblé Nago, Candomblé Ketu. Then the Dahomian one was called Jeze, Candomblé Jeze. And this is again Fu-Kiau lecturing, but Fu-Kiau is in his element. If you look, you're in a garden talking about religious plants with Fu-Kiau. I remember walking through the parks in Brooklyn, and you couldn't get down the street. Fu-Kiau was, every time we'd park and like pass an empty lot, he'd look at the plants and pull the plants out and rub them in his hands, smell them, and talk about what you could use it for and how you use them. But Valgina could do the same thing. And she's also taping him. But she did an incredible thing. I'll talk about it a little later too. This is Fu-Kiau, Ken, and Valgina. They're describing the plants. Fu-Kiau would have the term in Kikongo for that plant. Valgina would have the term in Kikongo also. And she'd also have the term in Yoruba, and she'd also have the term in the botanical term, in the scientific term for it, the Western scientific term for it. The Bakongo is just the scientific in their terminology. But I mean, it's just a really incredible to like cross-reference these plants. Again, look at the woman of the face of the woman, the mighty Santo on the right. It's incredibly fascinating, just incredibly happy just to have the knowledge coming from Africa and understanding how quickly it's shared and how relevant it is too. But she was the one who was teaching this. When young people are being initiated in Candomblé, they would take them to this garden and teach them the plants, what the plants are, what they look like, how you use them, that type of thing. And then, so they're really well versed in the kind of these plants and what they do and what they mean. In their element, you know?
Yeah.
But also, it's funny when you look at it too, it's this incredible wisdom. I remember I do a thing with about these blacksmiths in Bahia. And someone would just look at me like a craftsman. I said, wait a minute, first of all, everybody who lives and works in Candomblé needs their services. So every time you do a ceremony, every time you initiate somebody, you have to come to him and have him make something. He becomes this incredible repository of knowledge. These two women are the most incredibly brilliant people in terms of information about plants, you know. And then they were seeing this, you know, whatever their normal jobs are. Valgina was a teacher, and the woman on the right, I can't remember her name, and I don't remember what she did, but I knew she ran this park. But she was also a priestess of Mai de Santo in Candomblé Angola house. Candomblé Ketu house. Like in this photograph, you'd see all of them still looking around. That big plant with right next to, like to the right of them. It's called Malanga there, but it's also called Malanga in the Congo. You know, all these other plants are incredibly same names. They have multiple names because they have multiple African countries too. So you'll have a Yoruba name, you'll have a Congo name, you'll have a Portuguese name, and you have a kind of botanical, scientific botanical name. But Valgina would know all those names. Fu-Kiau would sometimes know both of them too, but he didn't normally know the Yoruba term, but he would know the term in Kikongo and the term in the botanical term. And the best plant in the middle right there is comes from wheat. I think it's known as beer. You know, and Ken and Valgina and Fu-Kiau are just enjoying a meal in Bahia, in a restaurant in Bahia. So Dikenga, that same blacksmith that I just mentioned, it's Dario dos Santos. He's the one who made that Dikenga for us. You know, it's so funny because again, you look at what they do, and it looks really simple. He works as a typical blacksmith, you know, using arc, and you know, he does arc welding, which is he put that Dikenga together with the arc welding. You can see where it was welded, and he also uses a kind of forge where he melts things. But he let me try to do that. Melt that onto, weld that onto that base. That base is a tin cup. It's just turned upside down, so you had flattened. I made it into a curve, so you can have this little mound to put the arc on. Every time I tried it, you know, it looks so simple. When you see him do it, I burnt a hole in the base because you have this hard metal. That's the metal that's normally used for reinforcing concrete, and then you have this tin cup, and you try to weld two different metals, two different gauges of metals together. I kept burning a hole in the metal. I couldn't weld it. And it looks so simple, but he's done it a million times. So you can hear the police going by my house. He makes it so simple that you'll realize how brilliant it was to do it, how much talent it took to do that. And then again, I think he made this for like $5, you know. So this is Fu-Kiau getting ready for a lecture at CIAO, the Center for Afro-Asian Culture in Brazil. Fu-Kiau speaking, Ineda translating, Valgina in the first row. But we couldn't do talks in Brazil, in Bahia, because the word had gotten out, and the people, the reaction to his talk was so incredibly positive that everything was sold out. It's one of the nice things about kind of African-based cultures, even though they don't know it, in terms of that, is that everybody is an intellect. Everybody has a mind. Everybody can think. So you don't have to come in there just because you're a professor. You come in there because you're a student, you're a worker, you're there talking about something you care about, everybody shows up. And that's what happened for Fu-Kiau's talks. These two brothers from Angola who were friends of Valgina's, who decided to come to hear him talk. But again, whenever they heard him talk, they might not be specifically about Congo, but they understood the validation of African culture, and they were happy and proud to have somebody, but particularly at the level that he would do it. His discussions are always incredibly brilliant, but they're also so revelatory. Even people from the culture might not know exactly what those practices meant. You know, Fu-Kiau always illustrated that, you know, informed about that. That's Ineda, the translator, again, too. She's, if you should look her up, her name is Ineda Sanchez. She's a brilliant artist, but she's also a translator and an architect, too. That house where I started the picture of, where we had the forest in the background, her father gave her money to buy a phone. Instead of buying the phones were really expensive at that time in Brazil. She bought the land. And the land was on a steep hill that looked like a San Francisco hill. And she brought her father to look at the land. The father looked at the land and looked at her and said, "My daughter's a fool." But he was not an architect, so he had no clue. So she built this incredibly brilliant house. And when you could walk down the steps to get down to the bottom of the house, and in the backyard they had like 5 different fruit trees, you know, just in her backyard. And then they had that little forest in back of it too. This is a thing that Valgina, sitting on the left, set up. It was a whole conference on ecology and how to protect the environment. And Fu-Kiau became one of the featured speakers there for that too. So he was properly used when he went to Bahia. You know, everybody benefited from his brilliance. But again, you could see the awe in people's eyes when they realized what he was saying and the implications of his ideas. First of all, they realized they lived these ideas on one level, and they didn't realize how profound they were, or that they had a very specific African root or African source. This was at the university, though. Valgina left. I don't remember who the other participants were. But it's really funny because after Fu-Kiau spoke, it was all anticlimactic. And that's the same thing with Valgina. Whatever she spoke, if it wasn't Fu-Kiau speaking after her, you could go home. They were so incredibly brilliant and so incredibly passionate and forceful about what they said. But also, they always, whatever they said had a political content, but it also had a humanistic kind of compassionate content. It also meant something for human beings and bettering their lives. The participants of the conference. And again, this was set up for Ciao at the Center for Afro-Asian Studies, the part of the Federal University in Bahia. And Fu-Kiau was talking to them, but look at the doorway. You couldn't get in the building. Fu-Kiau talking about disease, and he told everybody to hold their pen. And he said, how you cure yourself? One thing you do, you just drop it. Let go of it. Don't hold it. So everybody dropped their pen and couldn't write. The guy sitting in back of Valgina, Jaime Sodré, he died last year also. He was a brilliant scholar in Brazilian culture. He talked about, particularly about the drumming in Brazil. But Valgina and Fu-Kiau thing was tying it all into Central Africa, not using the Yoruba model. So people were always fascinated because that's also the popular culture. That's also where samba comes from. It doesn't, you know, it comes out of the Central African model. So everybody knows the popular culture in Brazil. Not everybody knows the specifics of the religious culture, but Jaime was one of them. He's also teaching people how to test a plant. They're taking a plant, they gave plants to everybody, and they're rubbing it and then smelling it and tasting it. Just kind of Congolese diagnostic methods for understanding what's going on with the plant, how you can use it. And you couldn't get in. And if do they look like they're paying attention? That's part of the power of Fu-Kiau's words and also Ineda's translating. These are people from the Kongo Angola house that we stayed at. The person whose name I remember is Sergio on the right, Fu-Kiau, of course, in the middle, and the two on the left, they're the ones who run a Kongo Angola house. It's one of the oldest houses in Brazil. It's called Tanuri Junsai. And we went there and stayed. We actually lived there for a week. And it was really funny because they liked Fu-Kiau so much they decided they would give him songs. And they gave him a cassette with 90-something, 139 songs on it. 90% of the songs were in Kikongo. They were in Kikongo that he understood, and they were in Kikongo that came out of Lemba. They were songs that were used for initiation in Lemba society. So they would sing a song, then Fu-Kiau would say, well, how do you use this song? And they would say, oh, well, in the morning when we're initiating people, we get up the river, get up in the morning to go to the river, and then we sing this. He said, that's exactly how we use it in the Congo. That's like, but it was like reinforcing each other. It was tears in the eyes of everybody around when they're playing the songs and singing them. He's translating the song. When they realized that this is just a direct continuation of African culture in the Americas. Again, speaking with that same sign from Bartolomeo, but now back at Siao. But look at this audience of people in Bahia. Everybody has a pad in their hand. Everybody is taking notes. This is something that means something to their lives. Every word that came out of Fu-Kiau's mouth would hit people like that. It's something about your life. I wanted to get a photograph of Fu-Kiau standing in the crowd, his admiring crowd. In the lecture, everybody's giving Fu-Kiau and Vargina applause, a standing applause. This is Tata Raimundo. He was one of the heads of a Candomblé Angola house, and he was the one who taught Kikongo in Bahia. But is another brilliant scholar who helped understand Central African traditions in Brazil. Vargina, Fu-Kiau, and Ineda, flowers for Ineda for this brilliant translating that she did. Ineda's translating was actually scary. It was like, why does Fu-Kiau have a feminine voice? It was just so incredible, flowing with everyone. When they got in tune, it was Fu-Kiau speaking it directly through Ineda. And she said that just the ideas just changed her life. But also the fact that the ideas are so self-validating. They say that how you grew up, that the things you learned as a child from your mother and your grandmother come from a deep traditional culture in Africa. Fu-Kiau and Vargina. I told you, you can't walk down the street with Fu-Kiau. If a plant happens to be within 100 yards, you're doomed to walk over to that plant and figure it out, This is another part of Bahia in the way out near the airport. It's a sacred lagoon, which obviously you can also fish in. But Fu-Kiau and Vargina in their environment. So it was funny. One time Vargina told me, look, there is no candomblé without plants. You cannot have African religious tradition without plants. The sister on the left is head of the organization of Black women, but it's a political organization about, I guess it would be like Black Lives Matter, the equivalent of that there. And this is an organization with him talking to those women. A meeting that Vargina had hooked up with them. Vargina was the spiritual leader of the group. And she was actually the spiritual leader of, she and my Stella were the spiritual leaders of the movement, the Black movement in Brazil. In Bahia. People came to them to consult, and they all had strong political ideas about how to function. My Stella coming from the oldest traditional house of Candomblé, Ketu, Candomblé Nago, the Yoruba model, and Vargina coming out of one of the oldest houses of Candomblé Angola, Tanuri Junsai. And right before she died last year, she had opened her own Candomblé house. Guy on the left is a assemblyman, a Bahian politician. And they weren't drinking those drinks. Those were all for libation. The glasses just happened to be incidental, so they weren't drinking it all. I just did a portrait of the group and Fu-Kiau and Vargina. This is, again, back at CI with Fu-Kiau, he was going to do a series of lectures in Kikongo language. Yet all the lectures had been set up by Valgina. I don't know if anybody has ever seen Olodun or Yaya, these carnival groups. Well, Valgina was one of the consultants for Yaya. And so when those African themes came out of political liberation for African countries, it's Valgina who helped propagate those ideas. And this is Fu-Kiau teaching a class in Kikongo language. Can you imagine a class in Kikongo language in the United States?
No.
Everybody knew exactly what was going on. Again, doing the kind of language trees that only Fu-Kiau could do. We close at the picture again. That's the balcony in the house that Ineta built. But Ineta was also smart because our stuff really cost a lot of money in Brazil. Good products, particularly in Bahia. So she would just check the papers and see what bank is going to be demolished, then go get the wood from the bank. They would be made out of the finest, like mahogany floors, and she would go get them. Her house was full of beautiful mahogany floors, but they came from banks, you know. But brilliant, beautiful house. And Fu-Kiau loved being there, loved being at home, and really loved being with Valgina and with Jiba. And Jiba, her husband at the time, is one of the best musicians in Brazil. He's the best cuica player in Bahia. So how do I return to your wonderful page?
You have to go back into the program. I'm going to go off the full screen, and then you just got to press stop sharing.
There you go.
And you're good.
We're back. Is Barbaro still there?
I think so, yes.
Maybe we could ask him to join us too.
All right, I can, if he likes, he's there. Okay, so he's on the screen. I'm gonna add him, and I'm gonna add Tata Titos.
He wasn't really asked, he was commanded to join, and Brother Titos also.
Yes. So everyone is here. So I wanna, first, before we move forward, thank you for your contributions, and you've enlightened us. And I know that we're going to have to go back and re-listen to this entire thing and catch those things that we didn't catch the first time.
Excuse me for speaking too. So I have this bad habit of speaking real fast. My embarrassment when I see a tape of me speaking, I say, "Oh, why didn't I slow down and say it so people would understand it?" Anyway.
Well, each one of y'all has directed us to some ideas to reflect on and sources to go and learn more, and raise new questions for us to answer in the near future. And so I appreciate each and every one of you again for taking the time out of your busy day. I know it's Sunday, and some may be still upset at the Mike Tyson Roy Jones fight and decided to sleep in today, but instead they woke up early and decided to hear these wonderful men speak about an elder that I personally wish I got a chance to know a lot better, but I'm grateful for the small time that I've had in conversations with him. And then of course just the impact of the work. And as I always state, I'm known more for linguistics, and especially with ancient Egypt and Bantu cultures. But it all started with Fu-Kiau's work, his Bantu Congo, or African cosmology, the Bantu Congo. And
that came from a series of lectures he did at Yale. He did a little book called
A
African
book without title.
Right. And
Yeah.
I was the one who convinced him to do it as Bantu Congo cosmology. And I talked him into redoing it, and then we found a designer, Franklin Stevens, out in Chicago, who did all the graphic designs for it. And it was edited by numerous people. One was Lisa Jones, Baraka's daughter. You know, a whole slew of people helped edit it. You know, so when it finally came out, it was the product of translating those his lecture notes from Yale when he taught at Yale.
Well, I'm glad he did. And again, I was in undergrad in college at the time, and the late Dr. Asa Hilliard, the third, was speaking at Texas Southern University. So I went to the University of Houston. For anybody who's been to Houston knows that Texas Southern is literally right across the street from U of H. And so, you know, they would have, you know, a number of prominent, you know, African speakers and African-centered speakers there. So, you know, we would hop all the time over to TSU. And so he was speaking one day on the relationship of the word in African people, you know, how important the word is. And he had a slide with Fu-Kiau's book. And, you know, he had cited something out of Fu-Kiau's text. And I just thought it was very intriguing what he said. And this is when the book was fresh out. So this was in 2001 going into 2002. So that rendition was fresh out. So I decided to get the text. And from there, you know, I just started, when I was reading it, I started noticing like commonalities between ancient Egypt, because I was heavily into the study of ancient Egypt at that time, and Congo culture. But what I hadn't developed as of yet was a skill set to make more concrete connections, you know, versus just, you know, intuition. And as the years went by, and I started learning historical comparative linguistics, then I was able to say, no wonder, and and showing that the ancient Egyptian culture is essentially an expression of the parent culture that gave birth to the Bakongo and, of course, ancient Kemet and some other places. There's ways that we can do this and argue this more formally and scientifically. And all that he was explaining in African cosmology of the Bantu Congo is the birth of Ra and coming out of the Nun. And I can show you in the text how these are cognates. It's the same story. And they're using the exact same words. It's except that the Congo, because Congo and like Chiluba are very conservative Bantu languages. And so they preserve the older pronunciations of the terms, which in ancient Egypt was rapidly changing due to interactions with other languages. And so his work became very inspirational in me doing, and I ain't gonna say I invented the field, because there's Dr. Mubabinge Bololo before me and Teofilo Benga, who would compare Nile Valley language and culture to Bantu languages, you know, and saying culture, and especially Dr. Mubabinge Bololo. But like it's now like I've made it like its own field of study in terms of being able to explain each other, you know, doing these comparative language studies as well as cultural studies. And so I have to thank for that, first and foremost, Dr. Asa Hilliard for including that in the slide. And then of course, Dr. Fu-Kiau himself for recording that knowledge. And it has allowed me to make certain arguments and suggestions for interpreting ancient Egyptian because of its equivalent in Congo culture or whatnot. Go ahead.
I just want to mention something in terms of Barbaro's work. Because Barbaro is working with this brilliant scholar, Kwesi Kanadu, who has his own publishing house called Diasporic Africa Press.
Okay.
He has published a lot of Black classics, and he's published a lot of recent work. But his work is really on the Akan diaspora and on Akan culture in terms of the Americas. The same way we talk about Congo culture, he can talk about the Akan culture in the Americas. But his own published house is doing some really original stuff, and Barbaro has collected thousands of phrases from Congo culture, and they're going to publish a book in that. I just don't know when. Barbaro, when is that coming out?
It should be next year.
Okay. What's the name of the book?
No, it's Unwrapping the Universe. I have a two part. The second part is all the proverbs, 250 pages. Just the English part, and I think with the English and Kikongo will be around 500 pages. Just that section, just volume 2.
Barbaro, could you also explain how many times you've been in the Congo? I've been in Angola, and also why didn't you mention you're a hero from the war?
No, I don't like to talk about this. I've been to Angola. I think only missed 2000 when Anna and Sophie, the years of my daughters, born pretty much, and I've been back every single year. I went last summer before COVID hit and spent 3 months there. I'm planning to, if everything get normalized. I'm planning to get there down in June, July, and August. That is the plan. But
could you tell them about the tree and about some of the petroglyphs?
Oh, and last year I just talking with one of my colleagues. He mentioned he's related to the one of the former kings, and he's have a lot of kind of connections in the community. And he said, yeah, one of the member of Lumbu, talking about Fu-Kiau, the way he names the political institution and social institution, they're a little bit different from Mbasa Congo, and they're called the Lumbu. And that's one of the person you rescued back in 1999, and her family have this secret. I say, well, what is the secret? Yeah, no, you had to go and talk to we just get in the car, get to the edge of a place, a point you cannot you couldn't drive through, and we just walk I don't know, around 12 miles to this tiny hamlet on the top of a hill. And then from that hamlet, you can see pretty much the entire rainforest. This is an incredible view because you can see a river nearby. There's all these fields of agricultural richness of this place. It's very hard to see, but it's kind of protected by the shape of that location. And you have this town in the top of a hill. And so, and I asked the name. What is the name of this place? Padua. I said, Padua or Padua? He said, no, Padua. Padua is the town in Italy. This is Padua. I said, okay, it's good. Thank you for the distinction, for the clarifying the whole thing. Now you cannot ask a lot of questions. How many people? So only can see 6 houses in the place. How many people live here? Now everyone live in Mbasa Congo. They live in all the different places, and they can. But what is the secret? Well, we need to we need to interview you first, and they did a test. Like they called all these people. They walk all the way to that place the way I did, but the day before, around the same time, it's like the entire community, around 30 people, most of them, older than me and my age. And they started asking me questions and why I wanted to know about the secret I didn't know at the time. And all of these, and there's a lot of debates between them that they should, what is the right thing, they should not tell me about this. But anyway, and in the end, they agree to walk me to this place. And we just walk through, get into the forest, get down, get into the edge of a forest, cross a river. And they couldn't remember. They haven't been in that place for maybe 5 years. And we just get lost a couple times until we get to this beautiful baobab tree in the middle. Baobab tree that doesn't grow in the rainforest. It's very difficult because you have to compete for resources in the forest. And if that baobab tree instead to be like, the typical fat big tree, it's like a skinny, like an antenna. You can see it from far away. And we get to this place. We have this beautiful skinny tree in the middle of a rainforest, like almost double the size, the canopy of a forest. And it's they have this engraving on the surface of a tree, and they told me the story of the princess. This is an event that took place around early 16th century, around 1504, 1606, according to the oral record, according to how they remember, but being passed for generation, that the princess challenged the king, the Kongo. And I was interested the way they narrate, because one of the storyline begin with the queens challenging the king, the most powerful king at that time, pretty much in that particular part of the world. Also, she uses these informations that send one of her guards as someone who trade her and say, look, the queen wanted to kill, the princess wanted to kill you. And the last one is also she created this story about having this incredible power, that the throne, that everyone touched it or seated on top of animal landed by accident that kind of died, instantaneously. And at the end, the king was terrified. The whole story is about the king being terrified. All this, the incredible story. Who is this person out of the blue who arrived to this, this particular land? She doesn't have an army. But she has the power of, gossip, the power of the story around her. And the tree kind of narrate the entire is engraved on the surface of the tree. It's beautiful. The entire story from the king living in Kongo all the way to arriving to and what happened at the end. But the short story is the princess was made the main advisor for the king, and this is one of the important last name you can see in the political structure of a kingdom in the 16th century. Her last name entered in history around that time. The story was, explained to me. But this is like one of the things is just that you find so much information around that people think, oh, you go to a Kongo is dusty place and there's nothing here. But I think we don't know how to look. I think it's just we have to be patient. But this is just last year, and out of how many 90 sites I encountered since 1999 to present day. None of this place has been documented. I mentioned them in my writing, but they haven't been properly documented by all the kind of research archaeologists that haven't. Everyone is afraid to be there. It's too difficult. It's too dangerous. It's just this what I like it. I think
Indeed.
Danny, we can
your microphone. You muted yourself.
Sorry, Barbaro tells a story about how they went so far out in these locations that he's talking about where he found all these petroglyphs. He said they went so far that the hunters got lost. The hunters didn't have a clue where they were. They kept claiming they did, and so they were going to starve to death in the forest, even though they were with hunters. But it was just so far out of their territory. They didn't know where they were.
Well, even that sometimes, people, I've been in places for maybe 10, 15 years, like 1-2 meters from the actual site, and they never show me until they trust me, until they believe this is what I become an Mbongi Ame. Until you gain that kind of respect and they, they can be very nice with you, but and then, walk into places and say, but we've been here like 5 years ago. Yeah, I didn't want to show you. That's simple as that. And then you had to respect this kind of relationship in that particular way. It's not out of, forcing someone to tell you something. But also, what for me, I think is everything is about them, but also is about me. It's about who I am and what I do this. And in order to do that, I had to share my personal life with them, my personal experience, the things I know about my own tradition. And that when you find that point, that, similar to Fu-Kiau when he went to Brazil, it's open up a different kind of relationship, a different kind of door that never close. And that is the kind of relationship I have right now, because I wasn't the kind of person looking for a secret. I wasn't motivated by seeking for, number one, to betray their own tradition, number two, to reveal the secret. That is not the premises of my research. And pretty much this is what happened. Most of the people that are fascinated for the secretness of the knowledge is they will find something that no one will publish before. I'm not looking for something they never published before. I try to understand the point the point in which we share a common a set of principles. And for thinking about historian, when they talk about the Congo, they talk about this Lukemi Luanimi, no? And you have someone like Thornton say, Lukemi is a historical figure that we can place according to the Portuguese record around 1390. The mean when Diego Caona arrived to Mbanza, Congo in 1484, he had to interview people that are over 100 years old in order to provide that kind of precise information, that tell you that kind of reference in somehow is very, very strange, because the time it doesn't align with the precisions of these claims that everything begin with leukemia, no? But this is the way historian wanted to narrate the history of Bakongo people, no matter what way they are. Leukemia is the beginning, the first man or the first human. This is fascination by anthropology. But when you go back and you ask the people in Mbanza, Congo, say, no, it's not about leukemia. It's about this other three character that no one really talk about it. And it's the Nekalunga, Nempungu, and Bumba. And now the story is not made out of one single individual. It's made out of three character. Only you will know when you ask someone within the context of the religion, and or you ask in a kind of personal space. And the story being articulated by historian, they being reinforced by the government in leukemia, and history is the one dictated the way they remember who they are, rather than the way Bakongo people from Mbanza, Congo, they remember who they are. Now we have a contradiction, and they are not the set of facts that are not compatible in the way we narrate the story. And this is the kind of thing we have to do that, because when you think about the way the story, the Congo religion being narrated in Cuba, you have also three main characters: Murubanda, you have La Banda, and you have Mambe. This is just without this free character, you won't understand what happened with the Congo religion, with the formation of a Palo Monte Mayombe religion, on any other other Palo religion. And then you have this important three-player character that plays an important critical role in the formation of a religion that matched exactly what happened in the Mbanza Congo, a storyline. But when you get to the history through Thornton, you get into a very bizarre, understanding of a historical event that doesn't have to do with a real thing. And what I'm asking right now is just why these two narratives they should be equally consumed, accessible to everyone. And from that, we can have a different kind of conversation. But the problem is when we silence those narratives, it became so dangerous, and prevent to someone like Fu-Kiau to have a full stage, to have a prominent articulation of Congo moral philosophy or Congo religions in the way we should have it.
You remind me, going back just a little bit, regarding Western scholars, what I call the audacity to believe that because of who they are and what they do, that this should give them access to deep structures and knowledge of a particular people's culture and system. And even when they have an opportunity to live among and quote unquote study a people for a long time, they will then try to argue and challenge against a native speaker and person from the tradition when they come out and tell their story, and certain aspects of it doesn't align with what they've experienced when they came to that location. And so I know from previous conversations that scholars have done that with Fu-Kiau, and I know they've done that with others like Fredu Mutwa, or even though they're not indigenous, in terms of Griole, Marcel Griole, and Diurchaline with the Dogon, etc. And I wanted you to speak on this notion, or in the ways you kind of already done that, in terms of how you're not going to be privileged to get certain information unless you in essence become one of them. And just because you are a professor somewhere, or you're doing some research and you're a Western scholar, does not mean that you have automatic access to these deep knowledge systems, of a people's culture. So I want to know if you can kind of speak to that from your perspective.
Yeah, I think the idea of a privilege in begin with the idea of you have privilege is already granted a priori. Is you are a scholar, and you are in the position to claim that privilege, and it's a very vertical assumption of interactions you have with not just individuals. They are working within the premises of the disciplines. You've been trained in a department of anthropology. There is a history in which position yourself in relation to the, you're not responding out of you're responding in relation to the place you've been trained, and you assume those premises as a way of, as a mode of practice when you go to do your field work. And I think it's that what needs to change is that you should not be in a position of privilege because you are being trained in a particular discipline. I think the privilege should be granted by your humanity, and at the moment you can share your humanity with someone else, and allow them to have the right to grant that humanity to you, rather than to force to use different mechanisms to game those kind of privilege. There could be economic incentives when you have, think about archaeological research, when you can pay for people to do digging. You can, this is one way in which you buy into the authority of the research process, because you are contributing to the economy and the livelihood of those people. And I think when you change, you have to change those transactions. They are sometimes subjective, and in order to do that, you have to begin to deconstructing the way you respond, the way you do research, in which those premises had to be out of the picture in the first place. I remember one of the, I think it was 2005, 2006. I met someone by accident from Italy, was doing research and wanted to do. She heard about this in Kongo, and she sent me an email and said, I would like to go to Kongo. I wanted to study. And I said, okay, no problem. And she arrived there, and she wanted, the people to go to talk to her instead for her to walk. And this is the place when the government, the people who work for the government, they have a Land Cruiser and they have a very expensive car. Having a car put you already in the same category of the people who are, the people that are in the government, and the corruptions, so many association with, or you're a foreigner, therefore you're not really interested in their life. And then she made exactly the same mistake and said, no, you should walk. You should get your backpack and walk. They need to see you, walking. Doesn't matter how far it is, but this is the first thing. They need to see you have a commitment to be in the same place with them, to share exactly the same place with them. After 2 days, she didn't want to be there because it was so hard for her, and then she left. And the other person is a prominent scholar, historian, who decided to arrive to Kongo with the American ambassador, and they drove this fancy, Chevy, what is the biggest you can imagine, and arrived to Kongo. This is humongous, pickup truck and SUV, and with the American ambassador, and they wanted everyone to go to the governor, building and talk to them. Of course, and he left. That person left and wrote a very damaging article saying, Bakongo people, they don't even know the language. They forget Kikongo. They cannot even speak to me in the language. They know nothing about the culture. Everything is lost. And that being published in African Art Magazine, one of the most important venues for African arts. Come on, it's just like those gestures. They go so far in terms of the damage. That almost sometimes irreversible until you find a counter response to that. And I think is that what I try to say here is we only will honor Fu-Kiau and we honor the value of a Congo culture if we change our approach, if we change the rules of engagement, we change the outcome, the end game, as a friend of mine used to say. What is the final purpose of what we do? In this case, in my case, it's just to bring a little bit more clarity about what I do, who I am, where I come from, and to be in that position in which we can compare. Murwanda is equal to Kalunga. Is something I need to investigate. What that mean, Murwanda? I think I mentioned before with the example from the storylines. I grew up with all this short story. That the similar like Fu-Kiau, the myth and the one of the story talk about the role of a woman called Mariwanga. It's the name in the story. Mariwanga is this woman who being left out of the when Mamba is sacrificed. He's offered himself in order to resuscitate the leopard, and therefore the beginning of the entire Congo tradition in Cuba. But in the storyline, there's always made this clear reference about his grandfather who wasn't from Cuba. His father also wasn't Cuban. Only Mambe is the only Cuban born in the story. And then you start now try to understand the storyline and why they keep Mariwanga out of the story. That's okay. It sounds Mariwanga sounds the similar way in Congo they name things. No, like sometimes it's like a two words coming together. Um, and I sent back and called all these people and I said, okay, I can guess what Mariwanga means, but in the story describe that Mariwanga is the good listener. That is, pretty much is what one of the most important attribute in the story. No, and I'm talking about hundreds of them version of the same story. No, I sent back to I asked a few people, people that are 80, 70, 50, and 20, and said, what Mariwanga mean to you? And say, yeah, this is the good listener, Marie, who is a good listener. That just right away. And now we need to understand the way it's constructed, specific concept in Kikongo language, the logic of Kikongo language, and how it's translated into Portuguese, and how it's translated later in Cuba from what's so-called Bosat Kikongo into Spanish. It's a sentence structure that is motivating the bending mixing two words, Mari for Maria, short for Maria, and Wanga to listen, the good listener. Mari Wanga, the good listener. It's just so beautiful, and it just came out of asking. We should be in a position to ask. I can make an assumption from the storyline. The storyline is Mariwanga is the good listener. She's paying attention. She is, at the end, the one who keeps the story alive. That is the implication and in the end of the day. She is responsible for heritage. If you want to think in kind of the things that are very popular in anthropology and archaeology and culture study, Mariwanga is equal to heritage. She's the memory. But it's only if we allow to create that conversation, that space in which Mariwanga can be in conversation with the way, the mindset from the Congo perspective. Otherwise, we miss the point.
Hey, Barbara, I have a story from Fu-Kiau on the same kind of point, but this involves Fu-Kiau himself. He said he was working with Jansen and McGaffey, and they had made an appointment. He had hooked them up with a famous Nganga. They had made an appointment to see the Nganga. And so they walked miles to go to this guy's village. And as they walk by, they see all these people over at the palm wine, hut drinking palm wine. And they wave to him and they keep going. And they get to the Nganga's house and he's not there. So they ask his wife, he said, where's the Nganga we came to meet? They said, he's down at the palm wine hut drinking with his boys. And so she said, well, you should have seen him when you went by. You passed him. He said, we waved to people we didn't know. So they went back to the palm wine hut. And they saw the Nganga there. The Nganga looked at him. He said, yeah, we walked by, and he said, we waved to you. How come you didn't tell us, that we were the ones you were looking for? You were the one we were looking for. He said, well, I saw you, but you had your shoes on. I saw you, but you had your Western attitudes on. So, I just ignored you. But this is Fu-Kiau talking about how this Nganga talked to him and McGaffey and Jansen. So. Said, I recognize you, but you still had those attitudes with you. Now he's the Mukongo doing research on the Mukongo, and he said, yeah, but you brought that attitude anyway. So, oops, bye.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The story that you had mentioned earlier, Dr. Babaro, because just in my linguistic studies, especially in Egyptian and some other Bantu languages, knowledge is equated with listening well, and a matter of fact, when you read the work of Credu Mutwa, they, the Amazulu in Southern Africa have their own, petroglyphs, writing glyphs, hieroglyphs, right? And there's this one hieroglyph that is, just kind of oval in shape. And it has an L over it, kind of. And it's supposed to signal, like when you have your hand like this over your mouth. So the thing is the mouth, and this is, the finger. And so it is a symbol for silence, of course, just like when the adults would tell you to shh when you're in the library when you was a kid. But it also doubles as a symbol for wisdom, and showing the connection between silence and wisdom, meaning you get the wisdom and the knowledge if you learn, to silence yourself. And in a way, the story, even though it was more so movement that they were detecting, in African speech, just as Brother Dawson mentioned earlier, your language is not only your verbal output, it's in your countenance and in your body movement and things of that nature. And so you can expand the wisdom from those glyphs in terms of, shutting your whole self down when you're trying to learn. Like, don't come in arrogantly like everything or even something. Come in as an empty cup so that you can be, poured into with the knowledge and wisdom from wherever it is that you are. You're trying to learn something from somewhere, and and that seems to just be a common trait amongst indigenous people, of the continent of Africa. Is that concept of not necessarily losing yourself entirely, but that you must, the people are the experts, so you're coming to them for knowledge. You have to pay attention and respect, who they are first and foremost as a human being, and then it's only then that you get access to some of that deeper wisdom that hopefully you came to them to get in the first place.
So Fu-Kiau joked about that when he was being initiated. He was being initiated by his uncle and his father, and they had him out in the forest, and they had him sit on a log, and they put a stick in his mouth, so he couldn't talk. And then they talked to him for hours, and they took the stick out of his mouth and said, "Do you have any questions you want to ask?" And he took the stick out. He asked them questions. They stopped him and put the stick back in his mouth and went back to what they were doing. Never bothered to answer the question, just kept going, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, even we just even scratching the surface when the fact is all of the rock painting sites belong to families. No,
oh, really?
It's not just the village that being arbitrarily built by the Portuguese in 1933 when they decide to make a road all the way from the Kongo to Kinshasa. They force all of the villagers who used to live in the rainforest to move by the edge of the road in order to control them. I think it's like 1933, 1935. It's what everyone remember. And but every time you go to a village, everyone say, "Oh no, the real village is, in whatever location, 20 miles, 50 miles, 30 miles into the rainforest," because all this population being forced to be on both sides, in in Belgium, in Congo, the DRC, in the Angolan side, and in each of a village have an old cemetery. They have also rock painting site. That is now the way we think about a relationship with knowledge and history is kind of articulated in a very different way, because we have this idea of a rock painting like something so antique that we are the first people would see that, instead to see that's part of the way they remember, how they how they understand history and knowledge. But when you think about the Makuku Matatu, going back to Fu-Kiau, Makuku Matatu that in a way is a term that people will associate it with the family, in the first place, and all the story about how you made a village. But I was reading the Clementine Fike and Suyi, a Congolese scholar, who described the idea for Makuku Matatu as the root from a tree, and I try to understand why she arrived to that conclusion. What was the logic in which she kind of follow in order to arrive that the number three, Makuku Matatu, is equal to the notion of having a root from like a tree, like the foundation of a tree. And I'm kind of reading back everything, went back and kind of find her dissertation in Belgian. I couldn't find anything. There's someone who comes from the culture. And I went back to the story of how you create a village, and in one of the section in the story told the story of in order to have a village, you need to find this particular grass called sende that is very small. Sende also is the ideal grass for hunting. The animals, they love the freshness of that grass, but also that grass tell you is water is not too far from that particular place you spot that sende grass. Also in that grass, near that grass, always a tree called Nzanda, also is a tree of a family, grows. And you had to build the entire village around that particular tree called Nzanda. And you need to have a physical and spatial understanding that where the root from that tree goes into the actual field. Because if you build your house in relation to the tree and the roots of the tree do not go under your house, you never will have children. And it's a whole story about the actual physicality of a tree, the root that connect the family, that is Makuku Matatu, is the stone that for cooking when all the earth come together. But you have a biological implication in the entire narrative. We have a perfect family if the root of a tree will touch the physical space of your house. Otherwise, you will be a family with no offspring, with no future. This is the whole story. But that is what I would like to hear, rather than, the triangle is equal to a root it's just kind of arbitrary explanation and very simplistic. I'm not saying her work is bad. I just say I need a little bit more to try to understand the implication and dimension, why this association with the tree and it's equal to the cauldron is equal to the three stones, the stone of a foundation of the reason for making fire. And making fire also is one of the terms they use for speech to articulate meanings that had to do with sona. It's a particular word. Sona it had to do with language. It just has so many possibilities here that we should be able to articulate those things in the way they've been explained. It just we need to find the proper way to do it, rather than use a traditional approach from anthropology and the first man, and we go to leukemia because it's what in history. It's no way why we don't cite any example of rock painting site when the rock painting site from that area go as back as 3,500 years ago. Even in the country of Angola, go back 7,000 years ago. This is pre-dynastic, Egypt. Why that cannot be a source of reference? Those kind of evidence that have already been provided by the discipline of archaeology. Why we are so negligent in dealing with cultural study? That for me is still a challenge in the 21st century.
Well, I hate to bring this dynamic conversation to a close, but we're going on 5 hours now. And as I mentioned beforehand, I'm definitely going to have to invite each and every one of you back so we can get more in depth just on the nature of, your individual works. Uh, so we can, have these more in-depth conversations. And it seems like we lost our good brother Tata Titos, but I know he had a prior obligation. So as mentioned, he has that thing every Sunday in Congo Square. So it's about that time that he was going to head out there. So I want to say to him, thank you. I want to thank Professor Daniel Dawson and Professor Babaro Martinez-Ruiz, and Sister Bernadine, and Brother Kenneth Nunn, and Brother Alex, and anyone else who have been instrumental in making this event happen today. Again, this date was not arbitrary. This is the date that he, in speaking of Dr. Fu-Kiau, had transitioned into ancestorhood, which means, we're going by the Kinga, this is his born day in the ancestral world. So we're actually celebrating the birthday today, and of course the wisdom that he has left us to internalize and actualize, in our lives in the service of African people. So I just wanted to say thank you in 1,000 times for coming on the program today and sharing your wisdom. And
thank you for doing the program too.
Thank you
for honoring Fu-Kiau.
Yes, I want to give y'all the last word before we go out. And before y'all do that, however, just want to remind everyone that I will be, for the next couple of years, I'm going to be doing a series of interviews and things for a documentary film that I'm producing called Chiena Into, talking about the relationship between Bantu cultures and ancient Egypt, and essentially making the argument that Egyptian philosophy is in fact Bantu philosophy. So we're going to visualize those arguments that have been made on paper. And so one way that you can help in contributing, to the success of this film is by joining my Patreon page. And that is patreon.com/Asar Imhotep. And, there we'll have some exclusive interviews and behind the scenes stuff. And, you can earn and purchase, all kinds of merchandise and, everything, that comes along with it. And so you get all the details if you visit that page. And again, we will have more Memoration-Dialogues in the future. And so, we're going to be doing Creative Mutual again for someone who is head of his organization. And we're just going to talk more about Creative Mutual. And we're going to do one for, again, Francis Crest Wessling, Dr. Amos Wilson, and I'm working on Dr. Chancellor Williams, and finding those individuals who knew and worked with them so they can give us some insights into their lives. And so this will be an ongoing thing. And so it's just, one of the ways in which I believe we can keep the names of these powerful ancestors alive and, really humanize them as people and their works, and to, keep their names alive for the upcoming generations who may not necessarily be familiar with their works. And so again, any last words, if y'all can take a minute or two. I'll start with Brother Dawson, and then we'll end with Brother Martinez-Ruiz.
So I'd like to just thank you again for doing this, but I also want to thank the contribution of Bernardine, who's been one of the major advocates for Congolese culture, and Titos also. But Ken Nunn, Ken Nunn was the supporter of Fu-Kiau. He would not tell you this either, but he's the one who paid all of Fu-Kiau's bills. When Fu-Kiau was in the hospital, he paid all the hospital bills, he paid all this stuff. He's the one who took care of Fu-Kiau when he could not take care of himself. But again, when we talk about African culture, particularly Congolese culture or Bantu culture, we're not talking about something separate or distant from our daily lives. We're talking about something we live daily, whether we're in Central Africa or we're in the Americas. This is a daily part of the formation of contemporary life in the Americas. So we all live it. We should also understand it and appreciate it too, for how it's enriched our lives, both historically, but also creatively, with the kind of musical and dance energy that we find in America, basically Central African music dancing. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All righty. Short and to the point. I like that. And so with that, y'all have a blessed weekend. Continue to wear your mask, keep your sanitizers handy, and continue in your studies. And I will see you all next time. Peace.
Bye-bye.